Okay, and we are live. Go ahead, Chair Rubin.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I would like to call this meeting to order, the Civilian Oversight Commission, our meeting for February. While enjoying the warmth of Southern California this morning, I can't forget the pain and the difficulties so many of our friends and family are having throughout much of the country. No power, difficulties with water, no food. And our hope is that that gets restored soon, and that the authorities figure out a way to prevent this from happening. So in the meantime, our thoughts are with all of them. But as I said, I hope all the rest of you are doing well. And as has become a tradition, I'd like to recognize and acknowledge the traditional territory of the Tongva people that we are in, and extend our appreciation for the opportunity to work and live in their territory. As I said, it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to our February meeting. As always, we have many challenges and opportunities ahead of us, and collectively we will meet those challenges. Our next meeting will be on March 18th, and as you know, our work continues even though we're not meeting. I'd also like to let you know that a week from today, on February 25th, from 9 to 10:30, the Commission will host a virtual conference on improving law enforcement officer discipline. This conference will bring together community partners, elected officials, law enforcement professionals, and members of the public to discuss law enforcement misconduct, discipline, and the potential for accountability reform. To learn about the speakers and register for this free online event, visit our website, coc.lacounty.gov. We do have in attendance today 3 members from the Sheriff's Department who will each speak when we have the Sheriff's Department update, and so I will introduce them at that point in time. Ms. Williams, will you please take the roll?
Definitely. Good morning, everyone. Commissioner Bonner?
Here.
Commissioner Giggins?
Present.
Commissioner Harris?
Present.
Commissioner Ochin?
Not yet.
Commissioner Chair Rubin?
Yes, here.
And Vice Chair Tolentino?
Here.
Thank you.
If you, before I go into the nitty gritty of how you sign up and register, I would like to ask Commissioner Harris to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. You would join me in pledging allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to
the flag
of
of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
Indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. As I started to say earlier, if you want to provide a verbal comment, you must log into WebEx. If you're calling via telephone or watching the Facebook live stream, you will not be able to provide verbal comments. To join WebEx, visit coc.lacounty.gov and click on the link to register and join the meeting. When you register, you'll be able to select the agenda items you'd like to comment on. You may also raise your hand in the participant window or send a chat to the host to ensure that you're in queue for verbal public comment. When providing public comment, please eliminate as much background noise as possible. Depending on the number of participants, we'll have either 1 or 2 minutes of public comment per person per agenda item. If you'd like your name placed in the official minutes, please indicate so in your comment. If you have technical issues, send a chat to the host through WebEx or email cocnotify@coc.lacounty.gov. For those of you calling in or watching the live stream on Facebook, you can find the link to submit written public comments from coc.lacounty.gov. All correspondence submitted before 5 p.m. today will be part of the official meeting record and attached to the meeting minutes. I want to thank everybody who submitted written comments in advance on the website. Last check, there were over 200 public comments, and that's a good way to make a record of your concerns. With that, I'd like to turn to agenda item number 1, approval of the consent calendar. The items on today's consent calendar include the approval of December's meeting minutes. Actually, they should be January's meeting minutes. Do any commissioners wish to move any consent calendar items to the regular agenda for further discussion? Not hearing any. Jennifer, are there any public comments regarding the consent calendar?
Not regarding the consent calendar, thank you.
All right, if there's no objection, then the minutes from January 2021 are adopted. Now, let's move to agenda item number 2, discussion regarding developing an ad hoc committee on the Sheriff's Department use of electronic data collection devices. Recent advancements have transformed the field of surveillance for law enforcement agencies, and obviously there are public concerns surrounding the use of these devices, and those concerns continue to grow. To gain an understanding of the type of electronic surveillance devices that the Sheriff's Department currently uses, and to address public concerns, Commission staff member Frederick Chung began a preliminary inquiry into this matter. Rather than a preliminary inquiry, I think it's incumbent on us to expand the scope of this to more fully review and learn about what surveillance is out there in the data collection policies. Unless there's some objection, I'd like to establish an ad hoc committee on the Sheriff's Department use of electronic data collection devices. Unless there is somebody who's a member of the commission who is particularly interested in chairing an ad hoc committee on this subject, I would like to ask Commissioner Harris to lead the charge. I hope, Commissioner Harris, you will welcome this opportunity, and perhaps you can have some additional input as to who the members of this ad hoc committee, this important ad hoc committee, should be. I'd like to see if there are any public comments on this issue. Jennifer, do we have any public comments?
There were several public comments, individuals who had signed up, but I'm still checking to see if any of them are online. We do have one who has raised their hand. If there's any additional attendees who have logged on and would like to provide a public comment on this item, please be sure you raise your hand or send a chat to the host. So currently I don't have a count, but there are at least 2 individuals with their hands raised.
All right, well, why don't we go ahead and proceed with the ones that we have?
Okay.
Before we do that, here's an announcement. Buenos días, si necesitan un traductor en español, por favor simplemente digan la palabra español antes de compartir sus comentarios y cuando terminen sus comentarios, alguien traducirá sus comentarios cuando. Gracias.
Thank you. And our first public comment will come from Alex C. Alex, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. It's nice to see you. I just wanted to voice my support for developing an ad hoc committee for this data collection. I believe that we have seen that when these kind of tools are provided to the police and the sheriff, that they typically are used to cause more harm, especially for those who are people of color or in poor communities. So I do just want to voice my support to have a separate committee that does not have police involvement to be in charge of this data collection, so that we can ensure that that it's not being used to harm our communities. And that's all. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle King. Michelle, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. Police departments like LASD collect and exploit data inequitably. Poor people, people of color, and other over-policed communities are far more vulnerable to persistent surveillance and have their information exploited and shared at a dramatically increased pace. They also feel the harms of this data collection more acutely. This committee should take seriously calls from across the county to end invasive surveillance and data collection and invite and follow activists and organizations who've been working on these questions to inform any recommendations or decisions it takes. The community needs to have ownership and control over the tools that police departments use just as much as do the police departments and officers themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Victoria Castro. Victoria, you are on. Please go ahead with your comment. Victoria Castro, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we'll move on to Tamara Kay. Tamara Kay, please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Please go ahead.
Okay, good day. So any electronic data collection definitely needs community oversight. Any type of surveillance definitely impacts the community, especially Black and brown people, in a negative way, because it absolutely impacts these communities more frequently, and is divisive to the community, because actually the police use this community to further criminalize the community, and we absolutely need to have community ownership and control of the tools that the police departments use just as much as the police departments and the officers themselves. The ease of facility which the data about communities is collected, exploited, shared makes rigorous scrutiny over LASD's data collection and surveillance operations absolutely critical. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Ellen G. Ellen, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. The community needs to have ownership and control over the tools that police departments use, not just that use just as much as do the police departments and officers themselves. The ease and facility with which data about communities is collected, exploited, and shared makes rigorous scrutiny over LASD's data collection and surveillance options absolutely critical. LASD shares its technologies and platforms with other departments across the country, which makes scrutiny over its data collection devices and practices all the more important. We know how frequently the county of LA, sets trends that ripple across the entire country. Let's make sure that those ripples are for care and oversight and not further police harm. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And the last individual we have signed up for public comment on this item is Ricky Serjenko. Ricky, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to, highlight what the last few callers have been mentioning. You know, the community needs to have ownership and control over the tools that police departments use, just as much as the police departments and officers themselves. You know, I think the last caller made a great point in that, you know, Los Angeles, LA County can be a role model for the rest of the country. And with Measure J just passing, you know, we want to work towards a cop-free future and less surveillance and less cops. You know, LASD shares its technologies and platforms with other departments across the county, which makes scrutiny over its data collection devices and practices all the more important. We know that police departments like LASD collect and exploit the data inequitably. Poor people, people of color, and others in over-policed communities are far more vulnerable to persistent surveillance and have their information exploited and shared at a dramatically increased pace. They also feel the harms of this data collection more acutely. You know, I think this committee should listen to the callers and take what everyone is saying seriously. You know, end Dragnet and end invasive surveillance and end this racist data collection, and invite and follow activists and organizations who have been working on these questions to inform, you know, any decisions or recommendations that you all make. Like, we set the standard, you know, let's move past, you know, a surveillance model that impacts communities differently. We know that the police are not going to use surveillance and data in a way against wealthy white folks in Los Angeles. We know it's going to be poor, working class, Black, Brown, Indigenous communities. So listen to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have one more person signed up for public comment, Tyler Green. Tyler, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead, Tyler.
Thank you. I just wanted to go ahead and echo what all the callers have said so far over what data collection from the LASD would in fact affect more Black and Brown and Indigenous folks. Police departments like LASD collect and exploit data inequitably. Poor people, people of color, and other over-policed communities are far more vulnerable and to persistent surveillance, and we know this for a fact. I mean, we've seen it over and over, and have their information exploited and shared at a dramatically increased pace. They also feel the harms of this data collection more accurately: loss of privacy, increased police contact, false arrests, convictions, etc. So I just want to continue to make sure this committee understands that we should take all of these serious calls seriously from across the county to end dragnet and invasive surveillance and data collection, and invite and follow activists and organizations who have been doing this work and have the solutions to over-policing and surveillance of Black and Brown folks. So we have the solutions. We just need everyone on the committee to listen. So I just wanted to, again, echo that, and thank you for your time. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. And Chair Rubin, that does conclude all of the public comments for this agenda item.
All right, thank you. Thank you all. There were certainly many significant, insightful comments, particularly from those people who we hadn't heard from before. And I know that this is an important subject that our new ad hoc committee will give great study and credence to. So I'd like to move on the agenda to agenda item 2B, crisis response from a trauma-centered perspective. As you may remember, at last month's commission meeting, Commissioner Giggins requested that we invite a crisis response expert to discuss crisis response and the benefits of a trauma-informed approach. Today, we are joined by Ms. Wendy Blanco, the Director of Counseling Services and Trauma Recovery at Peace Over Violence. Ms. Blanco is a licensed clinical social worker with more than 18 years of experience working in the field of trauma. She also has an expertise in clinical work as it relates to how trauma impacts individuals, families, and communities. welcome and thank you to Ms. Blanco for joining us. You have the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. I know that someone's going to be helping me put up a PowerPoint that I will go through. Again, thank you so much. My name is Wendy Blanco. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, as you mentioned. And my presentation today is really just to kind of enlighten a little bit about like the work that we're doing and the work that already exists in the community. And so in highlighting why crisis response is so important and why it's important to do it collectively. If we can go on to the first slide, the objectives for the following, the presentation that I have is really just an understanding of what is trauma, and then also like what are the benefits of trauma-informed approaches. So having more of a collective response, and then like I am going to go over like some of the programs that already exist in the community that are going really well. And so it's more evidence that, this works, that, if we work together as a community, that we can all, contribute something. And so, I've worked in trauma for 18 years in different capacities, and so one thing that I know for sure is that, we must take the evidence from, what's already out there, but also like listening to the community, and they're the experts on what is going on in their immediate environment. And so we need to ask the right questions and be open to hearing, because there is a lot of strength already in communities. So in my first slide, if we can go on to the next. So when I talk about trauma and I talk about crisis, I'm talking about literally a wound, a psychological wound that that becomes embedded in the body. It occurs when there's something like unexpected that happens, overwhelming, intense emotion that is really an assault against the person, right? This can be a chronic symptom of trauma over a long period of time, or it could be one situation that happens that changes the trajectory of someone's life. Right? So what it is really a traumatic event is something that happens, it's too much too soon. It starts to overwhelm our nervous system where our body is not really able to respond. In fact, our body responds with the instinctual fight, flight, freeze or fawn response, where we're activated to protect our body. What happens over time when there is too much of the chronic crisis or the chronic trauma that happens, similarly to experiencing community violence on a daily basis, when that exists and there is chronic trauma, our body doesn't know how to turn off that alarm system, right? So when there is trauma, our body tells us, okay, we need to go into protective mode, and so we have those instinctual responses. When there is chronic trauma, our body forgets to turn it off. And what happens in our body is that these hormones are activated and our body starts to attack itself. So our body starts to sense that there is so much adrenaline, so much going on in the body that we start to see some of the responses being like high blood pressure, constant GI problems. We start to see like a lot of heart, failure. So there are direct connections between trauma, chronic trauma, and health outcomes. So this is the evidence that we have from the ACEs study, the Adverse Childhood Experiences study, that tells us that over time, depending on how many ACEs you have or your ACE score, then that sort of determines your health trajectory. Right, so trauma impacts us in a holistic way, not just that one experience, but it affects our ability to connect with individuals, to connect with people in our community, and to connect to larger systems. So the next slide. So when we talk about trauma, we also focus, this is directly from the Trauma Resource Institute. They have categorized trauma in 3 different ways. So we think of big T, the big traumas, little t, little traumas, and then C, collective trauma or chronic trauma. When we look at like the big T's, we're thinking about natural disasters, we're thinking about sexual assault, acts of violence, you know. These are not things that we often see, you know, anecdotally. These are not things that we often see one like person coming in with one of these traumas. We often see complex trauma, especially because of the world we live in. We're in a pandemic, you know, there are, you know, the news, you know, we see a lot of like these incidences of racism on the news. We're getting saturated with all this information. If you have social media outlets, even that is also can be traumatic to hear these stories over and over and over, right? So your body is constantly being activated. So with these big T's, what often happens is there tends to be more empathy for these big T's because, you know, there could be, like, for example, a natural disaster that you have a group of people that have experienced it together. So, you know, people are activated to donate, to give, to, you know, participate in part of the solution. There is more empathy for some of those things, right? And what happens is that there are certain acts of violence or certain crimes where, you know, it doesn't elicit empathy from the community. Like when we think of, you know, someone who may have been committing a crime, you know, like I think we hear that excuse a lot, like, you know, somebody was committing a crime and then they, you know, were shot. You know, for some reason that sort of excuses or like there is this lack of empathy for who that person was, you know, who that person, you know, the family that they belong to, the community that they belong to, without thinking about the trauma that they've experienced. So why is trauma so important? Trauma-informed care so important? I mean, number one, trauma-informed care, we know already that it improves outcomes. It reduces the likelihood of re-traumatization. It empowers survivors to take charge of their life. It also, you know, understands that we are, sorry, the slide's going crazy. It also allows us as trauma workers to set that boundary, to know that, you know, that the person is empowered, they are in charge of their life, they do have the strengths, and all we're doing is we're helping be we're like the catalyst to that. So when we think about trauma-informed services, we also are thinking about vicarious trauma and reducing that vicarious trauma to trauma workers. It becomes the universal standard of care. And the next slide. And so we understand that like trauma is everywhere. The trauma is not just in, you know, our trauma recovery centers or in the hospitals or in, you know, we know that trauma exists everywhere. So really this is just changing the paradigm, saying, you know, even police officers, even first responders that are out there are also are experiencing trauma. You know, the experiences of chronic, you know, incidences of violence or them witnessing deaths on a regular basis is a form of trauma. But sometimes we don't take that seriously also, like that vicarious trauma, and we don't fund the right trainings, right? We don't give them the right trainings around, you know, not just saying who's traumatized, here we're going to do a workshop for those that are traumatized, but saying, you know, we're going to do a workshop for everyone and just assume that everyone comes with their different version of trauma and their collective trauma that even is beyond their role and their profession. The next slide. So one of the, you know, the Triumph model that we use at Peace Over Violence is really like coming from the 3 stages, the recovery model from Judith Herman, her book on trauma, and we really are focusing on safety and stability. So number one, if people don't feel safe and people don't feel like they can, you know, trust the responders, the first responders, or the people that, you know, are there to help, we're not going to get very far, because again, you know, with trauma, it affects the ability to trust. It affects, you know, one of the responses is trauma, like one of the trauma responses is hyperarousal, you know, and so they're gonna, you know, most trauma survivors are very intuitive of people's intentions. So we have to build safety, stability. And then there's the piece of trauma response when we feel, or trauma processing when we feel that stability has been set or has been gained. And then the reconnection is really important. Reconnecting with their community, reconnecting with individuals is really important as we begin to repair these, core injuries. And then we also look at like a neurobiology of trauma. So we focus on, not only like how people are responding, but also what is your body telling you? Our body is responding to trauma and making sure that we're validating that. And then we also, again, take the strengths from the community and, allow them to inform us. What are some of the strengths? What are some of the things that you already do collectively to take care of each other, to connect with one another, including healing circles, faith-based practices, spirituality, drumming, music, incorporating all those strengths that already exist. And then the next slide. So here is more around the trauma model, the Triumph model. Basically what we're doing is it's benefiting the recipient, knowing that, we are providing not only the educational basis of like, why is your body responding this way, but then also we're educating them and empowering them to make choices, to have choice and to, choose a trajectory of their outcomes. Then with staff, what we're looking at training and educating staff so that they also are aware of what trauma-informed is and why it's beneficial for not only the recipients, but for them. And then we're looking at a whole, like, why are we doing this? Like, why do we, why is this important? So if we're all on the same page and we all collectively believe in trauma-informed services, then we start to see a shift and we start seeing more alignment within our systems, within different agencies and organizations, because we're all, preaching the same message in a sense, and our programs are more aligned. So that is the overall goal in our Triumph model. Then in the next slide, so some of the trauma-informed programs that already exist, that we're already doing and are working well. So we think about the DART teams, the SART teams, CART teams, GRID program, Hope unit in Pasadena, where they're doing like they connect a police officer with a psychiatric nurse or a clinician that comes out and assesses, psychiatric responses or psychiatric calls, and determine what is the best, approach. Is it resources? Is it bringing in the family and providing an alternative to what's happening, right? To help de-escalate the situation rather than respond, respond in a more aggressive way, maybe. And then there's a correct crime survivors program also that helps, with case management, helps with mental health services. So most of the time, our survivors are responding out of fear. They're responding out of like their own trauma symptoms. And so part of the work is, done preventatively. If all of the agencies and systems are aligned, we do the preventative work. We teach people the tools to self-soothe. We teach people the tools to stabilize. We teach communities to impact, impact themselves in a larger way, right? They inform us of what their strengths are, and we take their lead and we empower them. We might, the hope is that we can give them, stipends. We can give them, opportunities similar like the Promotora programs at LA County, where we then empower them to teach, their community, and what their best practices are, with our help around, what is trauma, why is learning about trauma and how it affects your body important to know, so these are the programs that are already working well. And and I think I think it's an example of how they can continue to work well with the, with the help of with people's buy-in, right? And the next slide is just, that's my presentation. The next slide is really just my email, in case anyone has any questions, any further questions specifically about our Triumph program or trauma-informed responses, or the groups that are already out there trying to, pass on this message on a policy level. So thank you all for your time, and thank you for inviting me.
Well, thank you so much, Wendy. That was extremely helpful and informative. And I think it's something that that we all need to keep up to date on so that we can be of help to members of the community. I do have a question, at least initially, and that is, how responsive, according to your experience, has law enforcement been to the use of these programs? And is there a desire on your part and others to train law enforcement to recognize the importance of a trauma-informed approach? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so we have, I know Peace Over Violence, we have worked very hard to create those collaborations. It didn't happen overnight, that's for sure. And I do think that with any system, it's always this apprehension of like, these outsiders in a sense, like, who are they? Like, are they here? Like, maybe there is some hesitation on not just law enforcement, but I think other systems. And so I think part of our work is really trying to make that alignment. So we do a lot of the presentations and roll calls. And so we do, try to get that buy-in. And then there are, I know at least with LAPD, there are officers that are specifically that are, part of like domestic violence unit or part of the sex crimes. And so then we collaborate with them, and the response has been positive in the sense where, they want us to take on some of that. Like it's almost like, they are able to do their job well, which is the investigation piece. And then, as crisis response or as advocates, we're able to take on that other piece that is so important, which is holding space for survivors, empowering them to, one, know their rights, empowering them to know their resources, and to engage them in a conversation of choice, and when I say choice, I say it loosely, because sometimes, like, if we're thinking about domestic violence survivors, it may not feel like they have a lot of choice. Or if you're thinking about, people that are involved in gang violence, they might not have a choice of like having to, say who the perpetrator was, or, again, that like idea of like snitches, being retaliated against. So there are, other things at play, a lot of community politics too, that, someone who is in the community, a volunteer who has, experienced the same type of violence that the survivor has, it changes everything. It allows the person to feel heard and understood in a way that hasn't existed in the past. So I do think that when, law enforcement starts to see that it's working, that, it becomes this smooth process, I think the buy-in starts to be there, but it doesn't happen always as smoothly. And not just law enforcement, just any system. It doesn't happen as smoothly as we would like at first.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up before we go to other commissioners' questions. You mentioned the work with LAPD, with SARD and DART and the other programs. Have you worked specifically with the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, we have. So in some of the, like right now, our PREA program, which is, I think we do work closely with the Sheriff's Department. And so that's been a relationship that we've been building over time as well.
Thank you very much. I'd like to see if there are any commissioners who have any questions or follow-up thoughts for Ms. Blanco. Any commissioners have any follow-up questions or inquiry?
Commissioner Tolentino is raising his hand.
Go ahead, Cass.
Yes. You know, this is a psychological wound, trauma, but then its manifestations are very physical, like high blood pressure, heart attacks. So how would you be able to distinguish whether it's more of a physical problem rather than a psychological one? And how would that be recognized by, by someone who's a staff person trying to deal with a trauma?
Yeah, that's a great question. Two things on that. One is that we often see that people, their point of entry is always their doctor, especially culturally, if you're from a community where, mental health is not something, or mental health is something that's highly stigmatized, your first thought is not going to go to a therapist or a counselor. So most of our survivors always come through the ER first, right? So a lot of experiences of having a panic attack that they think it's a heart attack. And so sometimes when we, the doctor is able to rule those things out where they're like, there is nothing, like, people complain of like stomach aches or something feels different in their body, and the doctor can rule out that there's nothing there. It could be more psychological. In terms of like how a layperson would identify, that's the beauty of, the power of our bodies. Our bodies will tell us what we need to do. And so some of the practical skills that we use directly come from the community resiliency model, which is, this sort of like body-based work. So we don't need to be doctors to know that trauma is manifesting in the body, and sometimes it manifests in the body and then it becomes a health issue. So it's not two different isolated things. It's all one. It's we're a whole. So when we start to help people learn how to breathe, as simple as saying we have to breathe together, or teaching someone that there are tools that they're already utilizing. For example, like your daily, like washing your face could be a ritual that you're using to recharge that you're not even aware of that you're doing it, right? So our job is to help you create more of those intentional moments and to use mindfulness and grounding techniques to help you recharge as a preventative tool. So we're saying, it could be as easy as incorporating your 5 senses in what you're doing in those moments. Think about the colors that you're noticing, the smells, the things that you can touch. Incorporating your 5 senses is a fast tool that we use. And that's the beauty. You don't need to be a mental health professional or a doctor to teach someone those skills and to help them activate them even in your presence.
Putting that in more practical settings, I don't know if this is part of your experience, but for us, what we see are like violent, for example, someone is killed in front of a family, and the law enforcement folks have to do a quick, and they have to get the story out. They need to find who the perpetrator is. So what's kind of the ideal chronology of how you would deal with that kind of situation?
Yeah. So, and again, there's no one answer for it all. I know you know that, but I think it's like, it can be as simple as like helping even the officers, like, that wouldn't be something initially that you think of, but when you are able to, give these tools even to the first responders, the way that they deal with things can change tremendously in how they, our anxiety is contagious. So if we come into a space with high anxiety, the people around you will sense that. And so if we can help people with those practical skills, if we can utilize those skills with a family, and even like, for me, I always think of like trauma-informed care as also being able to tell people what's happening next. If the family can't go in and see their loved one, then as a crisis responder, you can say, this is, this is the protocol that happens next, and I'm going to be with you in this process, and I'm going to also let you know. I mean, so much of what happens is this shock of like, I'm not sure what's supposed to happen in this process. So even just explaining that process to someone can de-escalate the situation versus ignoring that they are in a state of crisis, right? So explaining it to them, teaching them the tools, and like even just like commiserating with them, like, yeah, this is a difficult experience. Like you probably have never been through something like this before, or maybe you have, and it's bringing up other things that, that you weren't even aware of, right? So even spending some time with the family is going to create like a tremendous change versus them wanting to ask all these questions to the police officer while they're conducting an investigation.
One of your slides talked about kind of the latent reactivation of a trauma. So what happens when a family reacts and they're not showing any of these manifestations? They seem very logical. They seem like they're in control, but it shows up a little later. How does one deal with kind of resolving that kind of a problem?
Yeah, and that happens a lot. It's like the stages of grief, right? Initially, you're in shock and disbelief about what's happening. So it's not uncommon for someone to be on autopilot when there is like tremendously overwhelming experience. And so what we want to do is we want to make sure that people know, that have something tangible. Because again, in a crisis situation, if you're explaining all the resources that are available to someone, they're not going to be able to retain that information. So one thing that might be helpful is giving them the information with like phone numbers, but also a follow-up call in the next few days, which I know we do at Peace Over Violence, just to say, how are you doing? Is there anything that you might need? Can we help connect you to mental health resources? We can't assume that we're going to be it for everyone, right? People have their own, support systems, their own healing practices. And so we want to lean into that as well. Like, what have you been doing to take care of yourself? What can I help you with to make sure that you do that you continue, to take care of your mental health or to practice self-care? So we sometimes are just going to be the person that connects them to other resources.
One last question the other commissioners asked, but is how do you deal with a situation where, a year later, 6 months later, the trauma situation that triggered all this suddenly keeps showing up, and they're now out of the program? So are they able to go back and see what they can do to resolve it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that happens all the time. We have sort of an open door policy where it's like if they need to re-enroll or something else comes up, like we can always assess the situation. That is not uncommon for it to happen. People try to stuff those feelings and try to intellectualize what's happening and really feel like they're okay. But then that always comes up. It always resurfaces somehow. And so we have that open door policy, but also, I believe as a therapist that it's important that people stay connected, stay connected in their communities, stay connected in support groups or processing groups for those moments, right? Not only like it's preventative, but also in those moments where they're reactivated, that they have a space to come to and feel like, they can express like, I had this nightmare or I had this other situation that happened that really brought up the past, so having those drop-in groups available for people is important.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have any questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Ochen.
So I want to thank you, Ms. Blanco, for your presentation. I think it's tremendously important for us to be mindful of trauma and how it manifests in a lot of different ways, and how systems like incarceration and policing perpetuate and constitute trauma. So I'm wondering if you could talk about the collective trauma of incarceration or how that affects an individual as well as their families, the family members. We have a problem that has been, longstanding in LA County of overcrowding in our jails, where, as you know, people experience violence, sexual abuse, and increasingly over the last year, exposure to a deadly virus, COVID. And I'm wondering if you can talk about the traumatic effects and the ripple effects of that trauma, not just on the individual who is incarcerated, and many people in our jails pre-trial, not convicted of anything there because they weren't granted bail or can't afford it, and the effect that has on their family, particularly children. So I'm wondering if you could talk a bit about that.
Yeah. I mean, I think when, in my presentation, when we talked about like the different types of trauma, the big T, the little t, different systems definitely perpetuate that power differential. So it is like stripping people of their power, of their choice. And so I think that there is this perspective of, this idea that, it's not uncommon for you to hear like comments that people make about, people that are incarcerated and them getting sexually assaulted, and it feeling like, that's, like feeling like that's a punishment for what they did, or there is this like perspective of people wanting to punish those that are incarcerated, right? And so I think, it's this shift that needs to happen in terms of how we view incarceration, and this idea of like moving towards recovery, like what needs to happen in order for folks to begin their recovery, and giving them options, including like trauma services, right? Including like the mental health piece, including and I think there's so many elements that are missing. Let's just say that I think that there is re-traumatization that is happening on a daily basis, and again, you start to see some of the things that are perpetuated in a larger system in terms of this like idea of dog eat dog, and exerting power. So also like this, I'm gonna get on my soapbox about like, toxic masculinity, and how that also plays a role, in how, people are treated, and like there needs to be this power differential or overpowering of people in order for them to like fall in line, which is again a larger problem. So I think the fact that people are re-traumatized, trauma is not taking into consideration, recovery is not part of the whole. It's problematic, and in terms of the family, like what they go through too, is devastating. Like what are the resources that are available for the family? What are the choices that they have? How can they receive services? And so I think it's a larger, to answer your question, it's like a larger problem, but we start to see like the effects of re-traumatization in real time, and how it affects the community that is being built in jails.
Thank you. Before we go to public comment, any other commissioners have any comments or questions? Okay.
Well, can I add one thing? I just wanted to encourage our commissioners, if they haven't read it yet. Dr. Nadine Burks, who was mentioned, I think, has a wonderful book called The Deepest Well, which is about adverse childhood experiences, these ACEs. And one of the things that she mentions is that people who come into conflict with the criminal law, who are incarcerated, have really high rates of adverse childhood experiences, which are then compounded. And so I think, and I hope that, as we do our work with Measure R, we can be more attentive to the way in which trauma is a pathway to incarceration, and adjust and make recommendations about how people who are themselves victims are re-victimized by our criminal legal system, so that we can have a more holistic view of people. as complicated beings who make mistakes, but don't deserve to be thrown away and certainly don't deserve to be housed in an abusive environment where they're chewed up, spit out, and expected to, straighten up. I think that's an unreasonable expectation, and it should cause us to fundamentally rethink how we do accountability through our criminal legal system and through places like the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you, Commissioner Ochen. I'm glad you mentioned that book. It's a great resource for everybody. So thank you for that. Jennifer, let's go to public comment for now.
Excellent. We do have 9 people signed up for public comment, so we'll go ahead and begin that now. But first, an announcement in Spanish.
Buenos días. Si necesitan un traductor en español para compartir sus comentarios, simplemente digan la palabra español antes de empezar sus comentarios y alguien traducirá sus comentarios cuando termine de hablar. Gracias.
Thank you. And as a reminder for the attendees, if you'd like to provide public comment, please raise your hand in the participant window or send a chat to the host. And our first comment will come from Andres Kwan. Andres, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Andres Kwan, ACLU. To me, what Ms. Blanco defined and what was discussed, especially with Commissioner Tolentino, is the trauma that applies precisely to the ongoing daily and generational trauma our Black and brown neighbors have been experiencing at the hands of the sheriff's deputies in the Sheriff's Department, especially deputy gang members. We can't forget that only in Los Angeles, we've had deputy gangs, tattooed white supremacist deputy gangs for now 50 plus years, as Commissioner Kennedy's report confirms. The families of loved ones deputies have killed experience this trauma and re-experience it days, months, years later, resurfacing at least every time deputies kill and brutalize another community member. So my question to you, Commissioner, is how will you and the county serve these families? And whatever happened to the Family Assistance Program? How will you stop all the sheriff harassment of the families? You've heard several times, and from the OIG as well. And us bringing to you the harassment the Anthony Vargas family, the Paul Rea family have faced in East LA, including being pulled over, never cited, including Paul Rea's teenage sister being followed from school by a deputy, including another one of his sisters being arrested with a bogus charge in retaliation for her speaking up and kept in jail overnight. You've heard the harassment the Ryan Twyman family has faced in South LA, including being harassed right after the forum you organized in the summer of 2019. And what's more, the last place a community member should expect to be shot or killed by deputies in care settings, like in hospitals. On October 6, 2020, deputy fatally shot, as you know, a Harvard UCLA patient, Nicholas Burgos. And so we don't need more cops, we need care. We don't need cages, we need care.
Thank you.
And we need to fully fund these community-based solutions.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Alex C. Alex, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, thank you so much. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, we hear you okay.
Okay, perfect. I want to thank Ms. Blanco for this presentation. I think it is such an important conversation to have, and absolutely something that we need to reinvest more of our energy into. I do want to echo what the last caller just said. I want to, push the idea to not have police involved in this project. When we say defund the police, what we mean is to take away all of these different responsibilities that they have so that it's easier for them to focus on just, traffic and crime, and people who are more trained can take on what they have expertise in. We know that LASC, LAPD, they do not have the training for these trauma responses. And as someone who has a family member who has crises like what happened at the Harvard Medical Campus, I'm so afraid that she's going to be put in jail and treated horribly, which has happened to her. When you're trained that the people you're seeing are the bad guys, that's how you treat everyone regardless. We had a Board of Supervisors meeting where members of the medical community called in and said, the sheriff's department harass us, they harass our patients, we don't want police involvement here. They do nothing but cause harm, especially to people who are having crises. Police provide trauma and definitely trigger them. So I think this is something that's, you know, they violated that 20-minute rule that they were supposed to follow. So I don't know how they would follow these guidelines. So I think this is a fantastic idea. I think this is a great program, but I just want to echo not to have police involvement. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Joshua Ruiz. Joshua, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Joshua Ruiz, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, and hearing nothing, we'll move on to Tamara K. Tamara, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I definitely echo the sentiments of other speakers. Police definitely have no business in trauma. In fact, they are the cause of a lot of trauma, especially when they're murdering the loved ones of family members. They're targeting and harassing the family members even after they kill their loved one. There's ongoing trauma with not being able to get autopsy reports and the assassination of the character of their loved one on top of it, not being able to see the body, not being able to get videotapes, the ongoing trauma. And some of these cops are also domestic and sexual abusers. So the last thing you want is these folks responding to any type of trauma. These need to be community-based programs run by community members that are trained in trauma, right? They have no business being in these programs. We absolutely need to take these, take this out of the hands of law enforcement and defund them and put that funding into community-based programs. Hospitals included. Ruben Herrera at UCLA Harbor Hospital. Nicholas Borges, also at a hospital, was impacted and murdered by law enforcement. So how can you expect these same people? I would not want them responding to any type of trauma because they cause further trauma. They have no business in working with trauma. This needs to be community-based. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Ellen G. Ellen, please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. I mean, a crucial issue this agenda item brings up, and everyone has been speaking so well on it, is the presence of the sheriff's deputies in the hospitals. And after, you know, the shooting on October 6th, the fatal shooting of Nicholas Bargos, this came before the Board of Supervisors, and we heard from medical personnel. Almost everybody who spoke on it was medical staff, and the only thing we heard from them was the police make these situations worse, they make our jobs harder, they make it impossible for us to do our jobs, and it is time for us to be listening to them. They already have incredibly difficult jobs. Do not make their jobs harder by having the police there. And what's more is the county spent $35,700,000 in contracting sheriffs stationed at various Department of Health Service facilities. Think how much better those funds spent supporting these medical staff, getting trained. They are trained, getting more of these beautifully trained staff in who can de-escalate these situations, the ones who are trained for the trauma-informed care that Ms. Blanco was speaking on in terms of knowing how to help these people. So again, as you have heard from everybody, get the police out of the hospitals. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle King. Michelle, please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. When are we going to acknowledge that guns only escalate situations? Why do we need sheriff's deputies in hospitals and care settings? I'd like to uplift all of the other comments that were made, especially about Nicholas Burgos's unnecessary death last October at Harbor UCLA. He was the second instance of a patient in a mental health crisis fatally shot by law enforcement at Harbor UCLA in the last 5 years. As another commenter brought up, in the wake of the killing of Ruben Herrera, the Code Gold protocol was developed, and Nicholas would still be alive if the sheriff's deputy did not actively interrupt the de-escalation process. He would be alive and would have received the health treatment he went to the hospital for. His death has raised countywide criticism amongst providers who understand that law enforcement presence, power, and authority within our care settings undermines the safety of patients, the ability of providers to care for the communities they are committed to serving, and the unnecessary trust that community members should have in county hospitals as sanctuaries from law enforcement violence and criminalization. As another commenter mentioned, last year, the county spent over $35 million in contracting sheriffs stationed at various DHS facilities. These funds can and should be reallocated toward creating additional dedicated de-escalation teams at each hospital, hiring community advocates who can focus on de-escalating conflict while working as patient advocates, investing in mental health services and response teams, and training private security, hospital staff, and providers in de-escalation, anti-racism, and trauma-informed care that is patient-centered and ethically sound. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Tyler Green. Tyler, please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, thank you for having me comment, and I want to thank Ms. Blanco for having the presentation, as it was a very important presentation that we should all pay attention to. I get a sense from this meeting that obviously there's a reluctance to mental health because there's no money in it, and obviously that's what it leads down to every time, is there's no money in helping people and actually addressing issues that affect people, which is mental health. The LASD sheriffs are a bunch of bullies that I have personally experienced them bullying families of fatal police shootings, and it's honestly disgusting that we continue to allow the LASD sheriffs to just have this much power over the community. I want to echo all of the comments that were made earlier by all the callers on Nicolas Burgos and Ruben Herrera as well, how we need to remove sheriffs from these spaces that they're never supposed to be in, because the only result that comes from it is violence and death. So I yield my time, and I thank you everyone here.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Valerie Estrada. Valerie, please go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, hi. You guys are talking about trauma and the programs involving sheriffs, but my nephew was killed by the East Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and my family is constantly being re-traumatized by seeing the deputies over here driving around, the exact same deputies that killed him. We can't even go to the store without seeing them. The program sounds really good with involving the sheriff's department, but they're the ones who are re-traumatizing us. And like just recently, we had an incident where there was this emergency where we had to call the MET program for a family who was also involved by the East Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and the MET program said that they weren't able to come out, that they were going to issue out the Sheriff's Department. So this family had to be re-traumatized all over again, not only by the department that hurt their family member, but also just even worrying if the cop that came out, if it was going to be the exact same one that had harmed them. So the Sheriff's Department definitely does not need to be involved in any kind of community healing as far as trauma goes, because they're the ones who are inflicting the trauma.
Thank you. And the next comment will go to Silence Dogood. Silence, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you, Wendy. What an amazing presentation you gave. I want to thank you for it. It was incredibly informative for those of us who are working trauma prevention and especially around the stopping of individuals for bullying people. I recently met a woman who had just had an interview with investigators from the district attorney's office under George Gascon, and it was brought to her attention that an organization with the help of two former LAPD chiefs had posted some information about her online, and she was a whistleblower of corruption by Patty Giggins and Peace Over Violence. And so my question is, apparently you guys put up a webpage that harassed her, caused her continuing trauma, assassinated her character. And I was wondering what Peace Over Violence position is if we're not going to create issues with trauma for people and re-traumatizing people, why Peace Over Violence would put up a page on their website under the Off Limits hotline calling this woman who came out and was brave a liar. So, you know, you continue to re-traumatize them from your organization's standpoint. So as we move forward, and I think that we really do need a trauma program, I would ask the commission to require Patty Giggins to recuse herself, especially due to some of the criminal allegations that are now under investigation by George Gascon and the DA's office. And I would ask that she not be given any contracts. There's plenty of great organizations out there. Thank you.
And the next comment, sorry, will come from Stephanie Luna. Stephanie, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. My name is Stephanie Luna. I'm actually the aunt of Anthony Daniel Vargas, who was murdered August 12th, 2018 by East Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. While I understand and I get what you're trying to do with the trauma-informed care, I just have a very big concern with it. You know, being a family member of someone who lost a loved one by law enforcement, I'm curious as to how this trauma care would affect us in particular. Because from what I'm understanding, you'll be sending out the deputies from the departments who have taken our loved ones to try to come and help treat us, you know, if we're in fact in need of that type of care. You know, we're all well aware that a lot of the deputies from these departments are abusers themselves, and you'll be sending these abusers out to come and give this trauma-informed care to the community. You know, much like my sister who just spoke a few callers ago, she had mentioned that there was an occasion where trauma-informed care was needed by the Met team. And instead of sending, you know, healthcare individuals and trained social workers, they sent the LA County Sheriff's Department, you know, and I can't stress this specific part enough by saying that when the sheriff showed up, knowing that there was a mental health crisis happening, they showed up, hands on their guns, unholstered the clip, and they proceeded to walk, you know, up the stairs to the individual's apartment. You know, and I was present when this happened, and I can't stress this part enough and say that my first instinct was to take my phone out and follow them and record them, just because if you know somebody's having a mental health crisis, what is your need to unholster your gun? That's the de-escalation problem that we have within the sheriff's department and the LAPD, is that they're not trained to de-escalate. They're trained to unholster their gun and use them even in a situation that requires care. You know, and I just feel like when it comes to this type of treatment and this type of you know, trauma-based care, we need to keep the sheriff's department completely out of it, and we need to fund community-based organizations instead. Thank you.
And the next comment will come from Pastor Q Jean-Marie. You are unmuted. Please go ahead, Pastor Q.
Yes, good morning. Thanks to Ms. Blanco for your presentation. It was very confirming. One of the things you said was that most trauma survivors are intuitive of people's intentions. That's heavy because for law enforcement in Black and brown communities, this is paramount for folks to understand. I'm gonna say it again, most trauma survivors are intuitive of people's intentions. It reminds me of a text in the Bible where it says bitter and sweet water can't come from the same fountain. You can't send the abusers to be the healers. Secondly, isn't it re-traumatizing to certain communities to expect them to trust law enforcement when historically law enforcement has been seen as the abusers, have been seen as it's like forcing an abusive spouse or a spouse who has been abused to actually look to her abuser or his abuser as someone who would bring healing. We've got to move away from the Amazon or resist the Amazon mentality when it comes to policing. We can't allow policing to become too big to be held accountable. And I think that's specifically where we are now. And lastly, as it relates to trauma, this is very important because we say that Black folks are dying from pre-existing conditions as it relates to COVID-19, and one of those conditions is high blood pressure, and usually people always go to, well, they don't eat right or food deserts, but part of that is the consistent trauma of being over-policed in our community. And I think Ms. Blanco made a connection between that type of trauma, trauma from policing and high blood pressure or pre-existing conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle Infante. Michelle, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Morning, everyone. My name is Michelle Infante. I'm with Dignity and Power Now. First of all, Commissioner, don't you worry your pretty little head over the sheriff's and their trauma. They have health care that gets paid so that they can go and get health care. The people in the community don't. And I assure you that there are less deputy trauma community members whose loved ones have been killed by LASD. Let's talk about trauma. Let's talk about the sheriff's department when they character assassinate someone's family after they've just killed them. Let's talk about deputy gangs that intimidate. Families have already talked about that and been talking about that for years. And Max Huntsman's report elaborates on that. Let's talk about the trauma that LA County coroners caused these families by doing sloppy work and being complicit in writing narratives that make absolutely no sense, that favor the sheriff's department, and then allow them to come into these exams and bear witness to the people that they've just murdered. Let's talk about the attorneys that take advantage of these families. There's more trauma. Let's talk about the county board of supervisors that sneak in settlements where the families don't even realize they're signing away their rights to sue the sheriff's department and the county coroners. For these families, they've been coming to you, bringing these families for years. Your website needs to post, at the very least, have a space for these families to post their experiences so that everyone can see and hear. You don't even know who you're going to be training, and you're going to bring them in to be trauma informed when they are the ones that are creating this. This makes absolutely no sense at all. And you need to rethink what you're doing and think about the community, not about the health and welfare of the sheriff's department. They have insurance for that.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next comment will come from Steve Hill. Steve, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hello. Hey, let me apologize in advance for any slip of the tongue I might have. But, you know, we've been speaking all of this about this trauma. I'm actually under trauma right now due to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I've been in therapy for about 2 months, so I apologize for anything that might slip out of my mouth. I had a sheriff come to my house and bully me. I'm a real estate appraiser. I was in his neighborhood, and he didn't like me in his neighborhood, I guess. Anyway, he tracked me down like a runaway slave, came to my house and questioned me about where I was at and what I was doing there. I took a picture of him because I was absolutely baffled and couldn't believe what he was doing. And I know had he had a body camera on, he wouldn't have done this. It was a bullying move, and it's basically an exacerbation of a pre-existing condition, because a few years ago I had the same sheriff's Palmdale station come to my house and shoot and kill my dog, which I perceived it to be a total pleasure killing, and there was no accountability. Actually, I'm here a week early. I was mistaken, and I'm supposed to be on next week for police accountability. Anyway, I went to the CAC up here in Antelope Valley, where there's Henry Hearns, Lilia Delendo, and I think Kamal. They're on the board. I sat there and I told everyone I had a problem with the Sheriff's Department. It was totally ignored. I stayed to the end of the meeting. No one ever asked me or came to ascertain, Steve, what is your problem with the Sheriff's Department? No one. I also just happened to be a candidate for state senate at the time. And this is ridiculous. I'll be talking to you guys next week.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from David Pugo. David, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, thank you. I think all the comments that have been said here in the presentation that Wendy has given is really, really informational, not only for all the individuals here, but for the community at large. I do feel that there is an opportunity to have these very important conversations in spaces that are a little bit more accessible to the general broader public. You know, even though it is in the morning, a lot of individuals that are actually victims of all these types of traumas are usually working, so they're not able to attend. So I think that we'd have a lot better reception and a more productive dialogue if a lot of these meetings would happen in the evenings, or even partnering up with the neighborhood councils, because those are really great outlets that connect to the community specifically and are able to have a platform to really communicate these really important issues. I think the conversation, you know, it's a very important one, and I thank everybody here for their input, because this is how the change begins. But I do want to share thanks and just re-echo a lot of the sentiment on how important this is. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Juliana Lacoste. Please go ahead with your comment, Julianne.
I yield my time to Stephanie Luna. Thank you.
Okay, I'll add her back to the list. And the next comment will come from Deonza Douglas. Deonza, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
That was a very elegant statement that you made.
Deonza, are you speaking?
Yes. Can you hear me?
You sound very distant. We're having a hard time hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
That's a little better. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to thank Ms. Blanca for her presentation. And I believe that I'm traumatized as well. I read an article from State Assemblyman Reggie Jones Sawyer. And that after reading his statement,
Jennifer, I still can't hear him.
oh man, can you hear me now? Is it louder?
It's still very faint, Deonza.
I'm trying to bring it up. How do I do that?
Can you speak closer to the microphone?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
A little bit, yes. We'll turn up our volumes.
Okay,
Please go ahead.
Okay, I would like to say, Ms. Blanca, that was very nice statement that you made on traumatization, and I think that all Afro-American men in Los Angeles County has been traumatized by the sheriff, and the sheriff has the audacity to ask a sports legend to donate a reward to apprehend a violent individual in the same community that has deep resentments for his deputies' policing tactics in the very same community. I mean, the percentages of police violence against people of color and confirmed by the LA Times were like 17 killings in between Compton and East LA. I've been traumatized still from Latasha Harlan's murder by a store owner 35 years ago. I'm still traumatized by Malibu Sheriff's Department and Latrice Richardson's murder that's been unsolved. I have a few other things to say, but I think I'm running out of time, so I don't know if maybe I could take this conversation.
Thank you. And we can go ahead and sign you up for general public comment again towards item number 4, Deonza. That does conclude your time. And then we'll go back to Stephanie Luna for the time that was retired to her, and she is the last individual for public comment on this item. Stephanie, you are unmuted. Please go ahead if you'd like to continue.
Yeah, I just would like to continue what I was saying in regards to, you know, having the sheriff's department come out and, you know, kind of offer, you know, the trauma care, just because, like I said, there's a lot of impacted families who are being re-traumatized aside from just my own family. You know, there's a lot of families that are being harassed, and there's a lot of families who, when the sheriff's department does show up, you know, they show up and they mock the families. They show up and they smile. They're not really showing up to help us. They're showing up to let us know kind of who's in control, and let us know that not only did they just kill our loved one, but they're also still here to, you know, show us the force that they're allowed to have, because, you know, they're given so much of it and they're allowed to do it. And just like I was saying, I would just, you know, I appreciate the fact that there is some kind of trauma team that, you know, maybe is in the works of being set up. I can't see it being, you know, having any type of involvement with the sheriffs, like I said, just because they're, in a sense, they're monsters with badges, you know, taking our loved ones away. And, you know, we feel like, who are we supposed to call if we're having some type of crisis? I know for sure that I would not be calling on my local sheriff's department. I would call on community members that I've come to know as family. They're the first people that I would call if I was having some type of mental health issue, or just an issue in general that required some type of assistance. You know, like I mentioned earlier, the incident that happened not too far from my home, the sheriffs unholstered their guns knowing that there was a mental health crisis, you know, happening right in, you know, in front of them. And my first instinct was to pull my phone out, record, and just let them know that, hey, I'm watching you guys. There was no need for the unholstering of the guns. It's just someone needed help. They didn't need, you know, they weren't there to get murdered, I want to say. Just, you know, keep the sheriffs out of any type of hospitals and any type of, you know, trauma informed care for the families. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Rubin, that does conclude all of the comments for this item.
Thank you all for those comments. Couple of points. Mr. Williams, I would ask you to have a member of the staff contact Mr. Hill. Sounds like he has potentially a great deal of information and concern about mental health related issues in his community, and I'd like to see us reach out to him. That's number one. Number two, one of the speakers raised the question of what was happening with the Family Assistance Program. As you know, that was one of the very early programs that this commission established, and chair of that ad hoc committee is Commissioner Giggins. And I don't know if this is an appropriate time, if you want to respond briefly or you want to talk about it later, but I think it was a good question and one that we continue to follow. Commissioner Giggins, did you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. I'll say, I mean, I could have mentioned it when we talk about the ad hoc committees, but I'll do it here since it's relevant. You know, unfortunately, the Family Assistance Program has kind of died on the vine. There are small parts of it that are working, but it's not robust. It's not funded. It's a program that really came from the families and the community organizers when we first began this commission, when we started to hear from the families who lost loved ones in encounters with law enforcement. And there were so few resources available to them, and a lot of respect and dignity was denied them through all the processes that they would go through, whether it was through the investigation, dealing with the coroner, finding out information in a timely manner, and access to resources, healing resources and support. And I remember the day when the ad hoc committee went to the Board of Supervisors, when they supported it, and every county department head was there. The coroner, Department of Public Health, Department of Mental Health, the sheriff, every department supported the family assistance program. So it's kind of, and there was lots of meetings, and the meetings got bigger and bigger and bigger. And we're at a juncture now where I'm in touch with some of the folks with our committee. And I just want to say that we are revitalizing and revising our efforts to enliven that program and to have it get, obviously we've had a pandemic and a lot of things have, interfered, but we have not lost sight of the value of the family assistance program. And I appreciate some of the folks in the Department of Mental Health who are kind of just doing it on an ad hoc basis, giving support. So I just wanted to say that's kind of like a committee report saying that the committee is, we're in the process of rekindling our efforts to move that project back online.
Great, thank you for that. The next agenda item is agenda item 2C. That is the OIG's report. That is going to take some time. And I think that in light of that, it's probably appropriate that we take our morning break. So I'd like to, Jennifer, if you want to post the fact that we'll be taking a 15-minute break, please do so.
Excellent. And we will return at 10:45 a.m. Thank you very much, everyone. And we still are on break. I just wanted to reach out. Looks like we have Genevieve. Let me go ahead and unmute you now. Genevieve, you're unmuted. Can you say hello so we can be sure that we hear you? Genevieve, you're unmuted. Can you say hello? Okay, let me try coming back to you a little later, Genevieve. I'm not getting any chats and I don't see a hand raised from you. So we'll touch base in the chat box. Okay, thank you, everyone.
we do have just a few more minutes before this break concludes, but I just wanted to double check with one of the public speakers. Genevieve, you are unmuted now. Genevieve, can you say hello so that we're sure we hear you? Genevieve, you are unmuted. Can you say hello so we can be sure that we hear you?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, Genevieve, we do hear you. So I will be sure that you are signed up on the next public comment item. Thank you. And then Bianca, if you are unmuted or you are unmuted right now, I just wanted to let you know I sent you a chat on the back end. If you can communicate with me on the chat, we'll try to make sure that your volume is better for your next public comment. Okay, and we do have 2 minutes remaining before this break is over. So if you are a commissioner and you are back in front of your screen, please go ahead and turn your video on so that we can account for who is. Thank you. And we do have 1 minute before the break is over. So for all commissioners that are on the line, please go ahead and make sure that your video is on so we can be sure that you're in front of your computer.
All right, Jennifer, we are back. Hopefully all the commissioners are back, and I'd like to proceed with agenda item 2C, the Inspector General's review and analysis of misconduct investigations and the disciplinary process in the Sheriff's Department. As you may be aware, this has been a 5-year analysis of the practices of the Sheriff's Department in disciplining sworn personnel and how those practices comply with the law and the policies and procedures of the department. Mr. Huntsman will discuss the scope of the findings and the recommendations in their analysis. Mr. Huntsman, you have the floor, recognizing that there is so much in that 200+ page report that I don't know how you can condense it down to a shorter presentation, but knowing you, I know you will try to do that. So
it's actually pretty easy. It's a lot like the Mandoyan report. There's 200 pages that prove what we say. And what we say is that the discipline system is terribly non-functional and needs to be changed fundamentally the way it operates. And the hundreds of pages are a qualitative and quantitative review of numerous individual discipline cases. We worked with the department under the prior administration, worked with Sheriff's Department staff who will continue under the current administration to be in positions of authority in this regard, but under the current administration, there's less cooperation. But we worked very closely with them to make sure that what we saw was what was really going on, and we confirmed that that's the case. And the guts of that report include individual examples of the terrible dysfunction of the discipline system in the Sheriff's Department, with citations to the specific internal affairs cases, so that the department or any other a body that has the ability to review the details under law will be able to see that what we're saying is true. And then ultimately, there's also a quantitative aspect of it in which we looked at the delays in investigative cases that come out of the Gates-Johnson ruling, the waiting for the district attorney's office. We looked at the ways in which shooting investigations are conducted and the sorts of questions that are asked and not asked. We looked at the code of silence that exists in the sheriff's department. We had talked about that previously in our Banditos report, in which 22 deputies were not compelled to speak in the criminal case, even though sheriff's policy requires it. But we looked at it in more detail in this report. So it has a lot of those details, but the bottom line of all of it is that there's something terribly broken about the discipline system in the sheriff's department. It's in fact why our current sheriff got elected. He got elected because of a perception that there was something broken in the discipline system, and he portrayed it as being not in the favor of deputies, but the public generally sees it as not in the favor of the public, because as you can see from looking at the report, there are numerous instances where deputies appeared to have committed misconduct, that it wasn't investigated properly, it wasn't adjudicated properly, and so deputies who should have ended up on a Brady list or fired didn't as a result. But there are also deputies who did get disciplined over these years. And to those deputies, the system seems just as arbitrary and capricious, because they know that other deputies committed the same conduct they committed and didn't get fired or didn't get disciplined harshly because their direct supervisors elected not to do that. And we saw an instance recently where the CPOE commission found that the number 2 in the sheriff's department had used a inappropriate racial language and should be disciplined. And the sheriff said, no, I'm not going to discipline him. And that instance happens time and time again throughout the department because of the way it's set up. When I first began as the inspector general, I used to monitor the discipline system, including going to the meetings where they would decide on the important cases that might result in firing or serious discipline. And there was an instance, and this is detailed in the report, where a deputy admitted to hundreds of instances of perjury, that he had regularly falsified probable cause in his police reports. He had been caught suborning perjury in a search warrant case. And the chief on the case wanted him not to be fired. And I was aghast. It was the last case review I ever went to. And Chief Deputy Dan Baker from my office, who recently retired, set to work on this undertaking, where he spent, as you said, 5 years carefully demonstrating what is terribly wrong about the discipline system, the ways in which it fails to represent the actual facts and have them comport to the policy in numerous cases, not all, but in many, many cases. And so that's basically what the gist of this report is about. It then gets on to recommendations. The primary recommendation is to do something so that the internal process is a little more independent and a little more evidence-based. And there's a lot of detailed recommendations that could be put in place, but we've pointed them out, and the department's been aware of them for years and hasn't. So what it really needs is something to force the department to change how it operates. As we've discussed, to get rid of deputy gangs, to get rid of the code of silence, to have a discipline system that's fair, but also reliable and consistent. The Gates-Johnson example is an old lawsuit with the union where they agreed not to compel statements while there's a pending criminal case, which as a result, they simply don't open IA cases until the criminal cases are completely closed, although that's not what's required by the settlement. And so as a result, there's this incredible delay in internal affairs cases, and which is brutal, especially in cases in which there will be no criminal case. Shootings are a great example, which is very rarely a filing by the district attorney's office, and yet we take no action. In the example of the Ryan Twyman case, which is going on almost 2 years old now, in which a deputy pulled out an assault rifle and aimed it at a vehicle that was moving away and then coming to a stop, and contained 2 unarmed people, and then shot numerous bullets into the driver of the car. And that's a case that discipline could have already happened in that case. And we as outsiders looking at the video of that case, the whole public, are aghast at how can it be that the answer to what should happen here isn't obvious. There might be an answer to that, but we don't get to hear it, and the sheriff's department doesn't evaluate it for now going on 2 years while they wait for a criminal decision by the DA's office. And that report breaks down numerous statistical examples of the delay that occurs, so that as a result of a criminal system that doesn't really deal with certain problems, we have a discipline system in the shooting cases that doesn't deal with these problems. And in that instance, I personally believe the correct solution is what this commission has discussed, and Judge Bonner has championed, which is external investigation of police shootings, and that have some kind of process where it's done externally. A law was passed recently to have the AG investigating cases of unarmed shootings, but I think all shootings should be done by a countywide task force that has civilian oversight controlling it, so it's not law enforcement investigating law enforcement, in order to see that they're done fairly and completely and in a timely way. But the underlying problems with the discipline system are not so easily fixed, because discipline is inherently something that the sheriff's department does, that law enforcement agencies do themselves. You can change that. You can make it completely external, but there's a price to be paid for that. That's the model used in Chicago, and it is far from perfect. So it can be done if there's no other way to get the department to follow its own policies and insist on, for instance, in the Banditos case, insist that the deputies give statements unless they have a Fifth Amendment right not to, in cases in which their fellow deputies are being investigated, particularly in deputy gang cases, but in all cases, really. It's possible to get the department to do it without doing it externally, but so far that has not happened. So that's why we recommended the idea of a somewhat independent process within the department, whereby this commission would approve the appointment of the person in charge of this whole process, so that there could be some influence, some way in which the sheriff's department could hear again what I told them many years ago, which is that when you sit in a room with a person who's committed numerous instances of perjury, and now they've suborned perjury again, nobody but a police officer would say that person can be kept. Every other human being in the world would say, well, you have to fire them. They can't be a police officer. They're not qualified to be a police officer. And yet the police don't always see it that way. So having this commission have a bit of influence in that regard might improve that. It might not. So it's just a suggestion of a way to get to where we need to get. So that's that's it in a nutshell. I mean, obviously, as you said, I can't go into all the details, but if you read through that report, the first 40 pages, you'll find numerous examples of cases in which, as you read them, you in particular, Chair Rubin, having been a former prosecutor, will read them and say, oh my God, how can that be presented as an evidence-based investigation of a set of facts and have it support a conclusion? It's just irrational. And so there's numerous instances of that. And then as you go through the report, you get to the part where we talk about, well, why did this come to pass? You know, we talk about the way in which certain kinds of questions aren't asked, or the way in which leading questions are asked to avoid gathering evidence, the ways in which the code of silence is enforced, again, to avoid gathering evidence, and the ways in which, as you've seen in other reports of ours, the discipline system has been further in the last couple years dismantled. So that many instances of dishonesty don't even get investigated. So those details are there for anybody who wants to dig in. The sheriff's department could. We worked with them as we wrote it over the past 5 years, and we gave it to them again when we got ready to present it and got no response. But it's there for them to dig in if they want to try to make a difference. And it's also there for instance, the Attorney General's office is conducting an investigation. All this is available to them through their subpoena process, so they'll be able to evaluate it as they see fit.
Thank you for that. I know that there are going to be a number of commissioner questions. Just briefly, I hope that at some time in the future, the sheriff will respond in writing to your report. I know it's a lot to digest at one point in time, and I know that we have some members of the Sheriff's Department here, but as with all of your reports, there has always been some kind of written response from the sheriff.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's not the case. With our December report regarding unlawful conduct by the Sheriff's Department, there's been no response at all. So I think we have a backlog of responses which are not forthcoming, and so this one certainly will take time to analyze, but I think they kind of need to get to that one first.
All right, thank you for correcting me. But I did have a question as to your recommendation of a countywide Office of Law Enforcement Standards. I'm very intrigued with that suggestion. As you indicate, there are lots of ramifications to it. But my question goes to, are there other jurisdictions that have established something akin to an Office of Law Enforcement Standards, as you describe it?
We've done no survey of other jurisdictions or how they go about doing it. Like I say, there's a range from internal to external, and you can drop yourself on any place on that range that you want. Legally, in County versus Villanueva, the court concluded that, in fact, the county did have a place in hiring and firing, and that the sheriff was not independent in that regard. So we're certainly lawfully able to do it. We have in the past, we've had other law enforcement aspects of county work, including, of course, the Department of Probation, but there's discussions now within the board and on this commission about changing the way in which we do law enforcement at the county level. So there's certainly the ability to do it. And as I give the example of Chicago, they've completely externalized large parts of discipline in Chicago. With respect to shootings in particular, the sheriff himself recommended an external process of investigating shootings. So it can certainly be done, but we haven't done any kind of survey about where it's done, because I don't think it's really helpful. I think each jurisdiction has its own unique problems, and our sheriff's department has been decentralized its entire existence, and that's part of why we have deputy gangs. It's part of why you have this haphazard way in which discipline is imposed in the sheriff's department. It's a unique problem that is not present in many other places. LAPD has a totally different issues and problems needing solutions, because they're not decentralized in that way. They don't have a lack of discipline of this kind. And so I don't think it would be a good example, but we haven't done any surveys on that.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bonner, you had your hand up first.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Rubin. And I want to commend the Inspector General and his office for an excellent and a very important report. Just as an observation, is one of the best ways to assure accountability by law enforcement officers who have engaged in misconduct, who have violated policies relating to excessive use of force, or who have lied in reports and the like. Yet this report of the IG makes clear that the Sheriff's Department's discipline system, that's initiating discipline, investigating it, adjudicating it, it's badly broken. It does not work, is not working. It seldom achieves accountability. I can remember one member of the public this morning saying there is no accountability. And under the discipline system that as it currently operates in the Sheriff's Department, that is so true. To be clear, a discipline system in a law enforcement organization, any law enforcement organization, is intended to assure accountability of law enforcement officers, in this case, it's deputy sheriffs, in an effective and in a timely way. And that means that when there are allegations of serious misconduct, of excessive force or lying in reports or the like, that there is always an internal investigation. That doesn't occur now because of the decentralization within the Sheriff's Department and the role of the unit commander. But there should always be an internal affairs investigation, one that's thorough, fair, but also expeditious to determine the facts. And if the facts warrant, that discipline, including when warranted, termination occur. Similarly, if the facts do not warrant, the accused deputy should be timely exonerated, should be cleared. As the IG report makes plain, this, that is to say, prompt and effective discipline, does not happen now. Just one example, by the way, had the Minneapolis Police Department had an effective discipline system, I can assure you Officer Chauvin would have been terminated long before he encountered and killed George Floyd. He would have been terminated for earlier misconduct, but he wasn't because they didn't have an effective discipline system. The report makes many recommendations, and quite a few, such as concurrent administrative and criminal investigations, can and should be implemented right. There's no reason for the example of the Twyman case where the administrative investigation hasn't even started, and it's 2 years, over 2 years since Mr. Twyman was killed. A few recommendations, such as establishing the External Office of Law Enforcement Standards, which you raised, Chair, are worthy of some deep study. I mean, this would remove the entire Internal Affairs Bureau outside of the Sheriff's Department. I don't know whether that's a good idea or not. I mean, it's one worthy of study for sure, and we will, and by study by this commission. So as the chair is aware, let me just conclude by saying that the Use of Force Ad Hoc Committee with staff is and has been examining how to achieve greater accountability for deputies who have engaged in serious misconduct. And the IG report will greatly assist the Ad Hoc Committee and this commission with respect to that project. I would request that the chair refer to the IG report to the Ad Hoc Committee, Use of Force Ad Hoc Committee, which is looking at the discipline and accountability issue broadly. And we'll examine the recommendations made by the IG, as well as some other recommendations that are being developed by the Ad Hoc Committee with respect to accountability and discipline. But I don't mean to dominate the discussion here, but I did want to make those overall comments on the OIG's report, which, as I say, is excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. I think that's an excellent idea for the Ad Hoc Committee on the Use of Force to study some of the recommendations made by Mr. Huntsman and his team. So I know that you're looking at numbers of things, but I think that might be helpful to set a roadmap, if you will. Other commissioners with questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Ochen.
I want to join Commissioner Bonner in thanking Mr. Huntsman and the rest of the OIG staff for this comprehensive report. It gives us some detail. It fills in things that we otherwise wouldn't have access to, but it doesn't, I don't think, tell us anything that we didn't already know. It's sort of that statement, it's telling us that water is wet. We already knew that this department essentially has a culture of impunity, that they close ranks, that they obfuscate, that they lie, and they cover up to protect themselves, that they cover up gangs, they cover up murders, they cover up lies, they cover up wholesale constitutional violations of peaceful protesters, journalists. And so, you know, as much as we've been focusing on discrete instances of deputy gangs, I think your report points to the basic fact that the Sheriff's Department is operating as a gang, as a whole, in terms of the way in which they essentially are defying laws, defying the Constitution, defying the laws of LA County, defying the laws of the state of California, and defying the will of the people they're supposed to serve. And so I don't think there's any universe in which we can trust the Sheriff's Department to police itself, given, you know, 50, 60 years of this kind of history. I don't think they should even be allowed to, you know, investigate even basic complaints about discourteousness. I wouldn't trust them to investigate that kind of complaint, let alone complaints of excessive use of force. So I just want to think about, you know, what kind of remedies people who have been violated, abused, harmed, or have had family members killed by the sheriff's department, where do they go for any kind of accountability or justice? They go to the courts, maybe they get a financial payout, but there's no real reform in terms of the sheriff's department. If they go to the sheriff's department, they go to the police. The sheriff's department is investigating themselves. They go to the district attorney defers to the sheriff's department. There is no avenue for us to hold these folks accountable in the current system. Therefore, we have to dismantle this current system. There's no way to hold our leadership accountable in between elections. There's no mechanism for removal of the sheriff. We have to have a mechanism for the removal of the sheriff. And we cannot wait for the state attorney general to do this work for us. We in LA County, we in this commission need to do the hard work of imagining a different system, one that actually serves the communities that are most vulnerable and are most in need of accountability and justice. And frankly, the sheriff's department is not it. And they haven't been it for decades. So I want to thank you for reaffirming what we already know. It'll enable us to push back on the rampant gaslighting that we experience systemically from the sheriff's department. And I hope that the Board of Supervisors is listening. As an initial step, we need to have a mechanism for the removal of the sheriff at a minimum. Thank you for my time, and I'll yield back, Madam Chair.
Any other commissioners have any comments at this point in time before we go to public comment? Yes, Commissioner Tolentino.
Actually, I agree with the comments of Commissioner Olson. What rose in my mind is, like, procedurally, how do we go forward? It seems to me that we need to get a response from the sheriff to the report. Either he says he disagrees or agrees, or he'll expand it in detail. But how do you go forward without him responding?
I know that as I indicated, there are several members of the Sheriff's Department who are here and available actually to give comments in the Sheriff's Department update. And I suggest we raise those issues with them at that point in time. So thank you for that. Any other commissioner comments before we go to public comment? Okay, Jennifer, how many people do we have for public comment?
We currently have 14 people signed up.
All right, let's, please go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. And first, an announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. Si necesitan un traductor en español para compartir sus comentarios, simplemente digan español antes de empezar sus comentarios y alguien traducirá sus comentarios cuando terminen de hablar. Gracias.
Thank you. And the first comment will come from Genevieve Claverall. Genevieve, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Good morning. What concerns me the most, it seems to be such antagonistic relationship between the sheriff and the public. And I think we need to start to work on that because nothing good can come of it. Oh, Patty, be quiet. I'm sorry, I had interference. And that's worrying me a lot. And my feeling is that nobody is all bad. I don't believe all the sheriffs are bad all the time. And I don't believe the public is good always. So I think, we need to find a way to really assess that situation where some fairness is applied in both ways. And like I said, right now I'm very concerned on what I see on constant basis, is him versus them, type of situation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Valerie Estrada. Valerie, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yeah.
Valerie Estrada, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we will move on to Juliana Lacoste. Juliana, please go ahead with your comment.
I yield my time to any family members of police violence. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will move on to Alex C. Alex, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
I want to thank Mr. Huntsman once again for your dedication to your job, and your research is impeccable. I want to propose that any complaints with the Sheriff's Department be instead directed to the Office of Inspector General, because we know that they will actually take action. As he said, the sheriff doesn't want to investigate their own misconduct. Case in point, he's not even here. We also need more transparency with which the sheriff goes out of their way to not provide to the public, or even to all of you with not responding to your requests for anything. Villanueva says that officers who start investigations in his department should not be in his department. The entire system is broken. Like, I want to echo everything Commissioner Ochen said. Absolutely everything that she said was accurate and on point. They act like a gang. What we need to do is take away their power to work as a gang. They can't be trusted to investigate themselves. I want to yield any more time to people who've been impacted by the sheriff's violence. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Carla Andara. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Carla.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Carla Andara again. I am calling in support of my fellow Unite Here local member, Cristobal Guardado, whose son Andres Guardado was killed by the sheriff's deputies in June of last year. Me and my family have suffered police brutality. We have experienced police corruption in our lives and in our communities. I have 3 sons by the ages of 28, 25, and 21, and every day I worry for their safety, and I call them just to make sure they're okay. Why? Because there's still police brutality is still impacting our lives. It's time to start talking about this. It's time that the Sheriff's Department and all police departments start taking accountability of excessive force being used. We ask the Commissioner to bring police public attention to this killing and ensure that George Gascon prosecutes the deputies who killed Andres Guardado. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Deonza Douglas. Deonza, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you.
And please speak very close to your microphone.
Okay, I'm trying right now. I'm going to start over from the front. The Sheriff Chief has the audacity to ask a legend, sports legend, to donate a reward of apprehension of a violent individual. But the same community has deep resentments for the very same policing tactics that is deputies in the very same community. Let's take a look at the percentages of the police violence against people of color versus the people in the same community. We demand answers, like Natasha Harlan's murder, like Mitrice Richardson's situation in Malibu, being released at the sheriff's station after midnight. And the system, kind of nervous right now. The numerous beatings in the county jail system, riding a bike on the wrong side of the street, being shot 7 times in the back unarmed. Then I said, wait, didn't Daryl Gates, LAPD War on Drugs, incarcerate over 50,000 Afro-American young men in LA, along with Sheriff Corona, who served time in prison? Also Baca for impeding in a federal investigation. Also, didn't Christopher Dahmer, a Black decorated war veteran, expose systemic racism issue in the law enforcement, like Colin Kaepernick, our BLM? You guys, the Sheriff Department, should be donating reparations to the very same communities, Mr. Sheriff. But for real reform, you may even get the answer for what you're searching for. That's all I had to say. I was just trying to bring it to light. Thank you, Ms. Ocean, Mr. Huntsman. You guys know.
Thank you. And the next speaker will be Ellen G. Ellen, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, yes. I would like to start by thanking Mr. Huntsman for his report. He speaks so incredibly well, and frankly, he hit most of the things that I had planned to be speaking on. So I would just like to really ask the commissioners to listen to him. And I would like to uplift the fact that Villanueva has actually said that unit commanders who do open investigations, who initiate investigations, will have no career at LASD. I mean, this is not how we build a process for internal self-reporting. If the commanders are being told that their careers are going to be over if they report the misconduct of a deputy. So very clearly, they are not equipped to be policing themselves. The Office of OIG should be given this power. Max Huntsman should be leading this charge. He clearly has a solid handle on what needs to be done. I would love to see the creation of additional mechanisms for accountability through the Office of Public Defender Law Enforcement Accountability Project. And to get all of that rolling, listen, please, commissioners, to Commissioner Ochen. She speaks so clearly, so well, so much better than I possibly could on this subject. I would like to uplift that I had to ask the correct pronunciation of her name because not all the commissioners pronounce it correctly, and maybe you should be asking each other how to say names correctly on these calls. And also, Commissioner Ochen, if you ever think to run for mayor, you have my vote because I think you'd make a fantastic mayor. I yield my time.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Cynthia Anderson Barker. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Cynthia.
Thank you so much. I'm an attorney on the board of the National Lawyers Guild, and I have read Max's report, and I just have a few comments. But first, I want to thank both Max Huntsman and Professor Ocean for your amazing work and perspective. I had an experience with a family member whose son had been killed by the sheriffs. She moved to Lakewood, and as a result of her fear of being in East LA. And then what happened in Lakewood was the sheriffs from Lakewood Sheriff Station started following her, harassing her. And I'll just read a couple of things. One day they stop her as she's going out her driveway, and her daughter starts recording the stop. And the officer says, well, you're resisting. And then asked the daughter to airdrop the video. The little girl was handcuffed. And then as the mom was crying, saying, my son was killed in East LA, the sheriff deputy said, shut the fuck up. And then he yelled, I need backup. And then he tells the mother, take your shoes off. And he used some force against her as he pulled her out of the car. But the issue is I filed a complaint way back in the early days of September. There was no action on the complaint. I simply got a letter acknowledging it was filed. So there's a woman terrified by the sheriff's department, and there's not even an interview with her attorney. And I'm doing this for her. The other issue in the report, Max, is that you recommend that the chief of the law enforcement standard should be appointed by the sheriff, and that appointment should be ratified by the COC. I don't think we want our sheriff appointing anyone affiliated with this law enforcement standards division, which is really important because it is independent. Let's keep it independent. And again, Professor Ocean, thank you for saying we must dismantle and we must have a mechanism for removing the sheriff. And thank you for this good report.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle King. Michelle, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. As community members, we already know well, and as the Officer of Inspector General report confirms, we just can't expect the police to police itself. There's no affirmative duty to report misconduct or initiate investigations. Villanueva has actually said that unit commanders who do this, who initiate investigations, will have no career at LASD, as multiple speakers have already brought up. In particular, LASD's internal affairs has done a horrible job investigating deputy gang-related misconduct, including the failure to compel deputies to provide statements when they are not target deputies. I think Commissioner Chen said it well herself when she said that the department operates as a gang. The county should strengthen internal mechanisms and, more importantly, create external mechanisms to bring about real transparency and accountability. To start, the county should create a stronger and more transparent complaint process, increase transparency of deputy discipline and use of force, enhance internal accountability mechanisms, increase the role of OIG, increase the role of OIG, increase the role of OIG, and create additional mechanisms for accountability through the Office of the Public Defender, Law Enforcement Accountability Project. I'd like to yield the rest of my time to those impacted.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle Infante. Michelle, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Dignity and power now. The integrity of every investigation should be questionable right now with what you're hearing and everything that you know over the experience and the knowledge that you've gained since you've been commissioners. Last summer, Orange County deputy was spotted on a protest skirmish line wearing a far-right Oath Keepers patch. Then in January, and after the insurrection, another Orange County deputy had a visit to his apartment by the FBI because he showed up at the Capitol. Thank you to Max Huntsman and his report on deputy gangs. Thank you, Sean Kennedy, Commissioner Sean Kennedy, for your report on deputy gangs. You deserve a lot of support for that, which I don't think you received. These are the deputies that are investigating cases. These are the deputies that are taking the fifth in a deposition. These are the deputies in court that are taking the fifth. These are the deputies who witness violence and cause death and take the fifth, hide behind a badge, and don't give their stories or accounts of what they witnessed to protect themselves or their coworkers. Employee witnesses are to cooperate in criminal investigations. ICIB or IAB, what are you there for? It's time for the commission to ask for what you need and start away a little bit. At accountability, you need to be accountable and go to county board supervisors and tell them, we need independent investigations. We cannot trust the sheriff's department. They are a mess. They are criminal. And these are the people that are writing our investigations that are going to trials. This is insane that this stuff is happening. And it's insane that we have to continue every meeting about trauma for these families. This is just unbelievable.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Q Jean-Marie. Pastor Q, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, thank you again. I am speechless, but not surprised. Never that. See, we do not have a broken system. I've heard people say countless times that we have a broken system. No, it is flawed by design. And if it was not flawed by design, then why is it from the 1800s to 2021, we are still dealing with the exact same issue as it relates to law enforcement? I have a theory, and that theory is, I'm going to use the Exodus. And that theory is, if God hadn't taken his people from Pharaoh and allowed them to stay with Pharaoh, then Pharaoh would try to find every way to oppress them. He wouldn't be able not to oppress them, no matter what mechanisms you put in place. And this idea of this system being flawed by design, and when we say we need to abolish it, we definitely need to abolish it and come up with a different system, something that is not focused on law enforcement, but is focused on public safety, because we are too focused on punitive measures. I kind of remember how Jesus said, you've heard it said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, but I say love your enemies. And we are not even the enemies of law enforcement, and they still cannot love us. Imagine that. And so now you have the Inspector General actually confirming everything we have been saying. This is a gang. There's no accountability mechanisms in place to hold them accountable, because it wasn't supposed to be that way to begin with. And as it relates to one of the officers or one of the sheriffs talking about the thin blue line flag that was behind him, saying that folks who don't like law enforcement will find problems with anything that symbolizes law enforcement, he fails to realize the trauma that our community has been dealing with for 400 years.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Tyler Green. Tyler, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you for having me. Another comment here. I just want to reiterate the mission statement of this commission. The Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission's goal is to facilitate public transparency and accountability with respect to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. So I just want to reiterate that sentence to you guys to ask you what is taking so long? What is taking so long for you to actually have some kind of accountability for the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department? How long have you all been doing this? And I am saddened to say this because I mean, this is your job, right? This is your job. You're supposed to create mechanisms to, for example, remove the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. When did that start? Last October, maybe September, when the protest, the reactions that Sheriff Villanueva had on protest, he should have been fired from his job back then. But no, it was abandoned. So where did that happen? So we need to continue to have mechanisms to hold the Los Angeles Police Department and the Sheriff's Department accountable. And it's not happening. Again, we have to continue having these discussions on how to do it, but we have the answers and we're just refusing to do it. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department cannot police itself. Police cannot police themselves. Like Commissioner Ocean said, this and Pastor Q said, this system needs to be abolished. It needs to be dismantled, and we need to create something new where there is accountability. I'll yield my time, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Tamara K. Tamara, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, people responsible for the crimes cannot investigate themselves. We and we expect to get results of accountability. For years, there's been misconduct and murder that's gone unchecked. I echo the sentiments of Priscilla Oshun. Thank you for your stance. We absolutely, like she said, need to dismantle this current system and reimagine a different system with real public safety. It's ludicrous to me that there's payouts to families of the law enforcement of ones they murdered. To me, that's a mission of guilt with zero accountability, right? And and as Pastor Q had said, these are issues Black and brown communities have been facing since the 1800s. It's like history repeating itself. Law enforcement has too much power. They absolutely need to be stripped of their power. We need to reimagine public safety with community-based programs without law enforcement. What does our world look like without law enforcement? There's continual trauma placed on our Black and brown communities with zero accountability. And it seems like we keep saying, the community keeps asking and trying to implement these same stances, and the community, the commission and the law enforcement fails to hold their their folks accountable. And at the same time, these people that are out there murdering, these law enforcement officers that are murdering, are not being held accountable and allowed to go back in the communities and police the same people that they're impacting as far as police murder. And so, again, we need to dismantle the system and reimagine public safety, community-based. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment will come from Julie Martinez. Julie, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Okay, thank you. I'm representing the family of Paul Rea, who was murdered by a sheriff at a routine traffic stop in June of 2019. I've reiterated the same point, and I'll say it again. The community have learned from experience not to trust any type of internal investigations in the sheriff department for misconduct. After filing such reports, we have learned that the complaints actually go nowhere. What it proves to the deputies that any misconduct, any illegal activity, any violence against the community will be protected and supported. And I have personally read a statement signed by Sheriff Villanueva in which he claimed that the sheriff department does not compile any deputy gang information. Let's go back a little bit in history and remember that Sheriff Villanueva first denied deputy gang activity. It really only took sheriffs within the department to complain about the violence that was conducted against them by these deputy gangs for the issue of deputy gangs to get enough notoriety. Now we know that the FBI is investigating the sheriff department, and the California State AG are involved in the civil rights investigation. So now the truth is really basically too big to hide. You need to know that this week at a local town hall, Villanueva claimed that his deputy gang and deputy misconduct is investigated and prosecuted. Yet he only had one case to cite, that one case in which Jackie Lacey actually did go after a deputy for illegal activity. The bottom line, sheriff deputies know and understand that they can do anything. They can even shoot to kill folks in the back while they're back to the sheriff at routine traffic stops, and they will get away with it. Thank you.
And Julie, if you'd like, I can extend your time 2 minutes from the time that was relinquished by Juliana Lacoste. Would you like to have an additional 2 minutes?
Actually, yes, I would.
Okay, please go ahead.
And I am going to go back a little. Villanueva, remember, did not voluntarily investigate deputy gangs. In fact, he would deny it. And no matter how many times the community members came forward expressing proof that there were deputy gangs, because we have known that these gangs have existed for decades and they've been allowed. And yet again, Sheriff Villanueva was yet another sheriff who was willing to deny. And it did take very specific violence against sheriff deputies and beatings and the infamous incident in which this violence was committed against sheriff deputies for this to come out to the forefront. Unfortunately, when we as a community have come forward about deputy gangs, it was denied that it was even in existence. So our voices were not heard. I am grateful that it is now understood that these deputy gangs do exist. I just wish that the County Board of Supervisors would have listened to us. Now we do have we do have the COC to stand side by side and to actually do something about it. I deeply appreciate this report on misconduct and discipline, but we need to know what the next step is. We need to understand how the sheriff department will discipline within its own. I hate to be negative, but I don't think that they're able to discipline their own sheriffs. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last public comment will come from Andres Kwan. Andres, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, this is an important long overdue report, but as Professor Chen has said, community members already know too well, and the report only confirms that the police can't police itself. In fact, they shouldn't even police anybody. The department is so poisoned and rotten to the core with a culture of racist, white supremacist deputy gangs, should have nothing to do with the community. It victimizes and traumatizes time and time again, and should be dismantled. The OIG, with the COC and community stakeholders and the Board of Supervisors as well, should work together to build upon this report and bring key recommendations to life, especially building a disciplinary system that is external, independent, including fully funding the Public Defender's Law Enforcement Accountability Project. And we echo Cynthia's admonishment that the sheriff should not appoint the head of an office of law enforcement standards. It should be the COC, if anything. Importantly, another urgent aspect is transparency, both in the complaint process and deputy discipline and use of force. We know that a systematic lack of transparency in concealing the deputies with histories of misconduct and dishonesty has enabled greater misconduct. In fact, last we checked, 2/3 of deputies on the Brady list, so-called Brady list, remain on the force. Last we checked, Deputy Taco Sauce was still on the force. The deputy who concocted the Lancaster sniper hoax had a history of dishonesty. Andres Guardado's murderer, Deputy Michael Vega, had a history of dishonesty and misconduct, and alleged membership or initiation to so-called executioners. And I want to just raise the question: do you remember SB 1421, the law that was supposed to be an important check on all this, the very law that the sheriff has been systematically violating? Well, I want to point to the OAG's other report, and to finish off by saying that we've drafted a board motion for an ordinance to fully implement SB 1421 in our county, and we request that the COC agendize this issue at your next meeting, and we can follow up with that motion so we can urge the board together to finally ensure the sheriff abides by state transparency laws.
Thank you, and that does conclude your time. And Chair Rubin, that does conclude all of the speakers for this agenda item.
Thank you all very much for that, and thank you once again, Mr. Huntsman, for your incredibly in-depth report. As Commissioner Bonner indicated, the Ad Hoc Use of Force Committee is going to proceed further on this, but I think it's important that, as members of the community had indicated, that we as a commission move forward and assist in coming up with a plan that ultimately would be presented to the Board of Supervisors about the best way to proceed, so that we don't sit here or some other group sits here 5 years from now discussing the same issues. So thank you for that. At this point, I would like to move to agenda item number 3, commission updates, and start with family impact remarks. As you may remember, we recently, as a commission, approved a procedure for family impact remarks, which allows each family a total of 10 minutes to share their remarks with the commission. The commission received one request from the family of Dana Malik Young Jr. Today, we'll hear once again from Ms. Khadijah Shabazz. Thank you, Ms. Shabazz, for taking the time to share the impact of your family member's death with the commission. In the future, if we receive additional requests at a particular meeting, we'll have to consider how to proceed. But right now, we look forward to hearing from Ms. Shabazz. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. As stated, my name is Khadijah Shabazz. I happen to belong to several advocacy groups around Los Angeles: SE Justice, Initiate Justice, Dignity and Power, Check the Sheriff, and a couple more. This will be my third time speaking before this group, and I appreciate the 10 minutes allotted to me and the rest of the families. I'm the adopted mother, grandmother, great-grandmother to Dana Malik Young. His youngest daughter, Niani Shabazz, along with his oldest daughter, Tajani. I'm a spokesperson for them. Dana Malik was murdered by LASD on October 15, 2020. And I'm here today to try to get you to understand how we feel as a family. I am here because his daughter, my granddaughter, Niani, was notified of her father's death or murder while she was in a hospital giving birth to a very sick baby. After being told what happened to her dad, Niani has totally shut down. She cannot talk, she cannot speak. The trauma is just so overwhelming for her today. I'm here today to tell you, while most of you will probably go out to lunch and regroup after this meeting, I will be detaching myself from the visions in my head as I begin to speak. As I began to speak this morning, I could see Dana Malik unarmed running down that dead-end alley. And we all know why he's running and not complying. Is because any encounter with the police can find you dead if you're Black or brown. I can feel that first bullet that ripped through my son's stomach. I can see him grab at his penis as the bullet rips through that part of his body. I can see his body turn and stumble as the bullet rips through his back. and I can see his head as the bullet tears open the back of his head as they blew his brains out. I can feel him fall on his face and break his nose. I can see the vision in my head as they handcuff him and drag his lifeless body through that alley. I can still see the silhouette of the blood-stained street where his body laid for so long. This is what I see every time I have to speak about what happened to my son. And I know all this after reading his autopsy report. This is what plays in my head as we talk about trauma today. While trying to process this as we go along, then we're more disrespected in this waiting game. We're told that security holds, coroner holds, investigating holds are put in place for us, but it's not for us. It's for the murderers that commit these crimes to get their stories and things together. I know we've been waiting on his story for weeks. She's been ready for weeks, sitting on someone's desk. As we prepare to have our loved one's name dragged through the mud, if it goes public, because that's what we expect. Right now, I have 5 family members waiting to receive counseling or are receiving counseling, all stemming from Dana's murder. Then I wonder about what kind of nice day did the armed officers have that were involved in Dana's murder? Are they remorseful or numb? Are they just going through their day? How do they feel when they look at us? We're just people with bullseyes on our backs and on our heads. And we pay you for this. You are paid through our tax money, and this is what we get. And although this, I also learned that after months of trying to get justice, that the reports that were supposed to go to the DA are still sitting on someone's desk and will probably stay there for the next few months or more. I'm grateful to the DMP for supporting and finding therapists for my family and all these other organizations finding help when the help should come or should be coming from those who inflicted the trauma in the first place. I'm grateful to SC Justice for helping me get help that I needed, where I think about the other families in my situation that may not get this help. For the last few months, I've been coming here looking the sheriff in the face, his smug face at your meetings, feeling so violated again and disrespected and dismissed at his very tone. It makes me sick. Watching your faces makes me wonder, am I in the right place? To keep re-traumatizing myself by telling the story that the sheriff and the DA need to hear. That's who needs to hear this. And they need to hear it from us, the families, and not cowardly drift off from the meetings when it's time for us to publicly speak. I worked hard and tirelessly to try to get Jackie Lacey replaced, and hopefully we replaced her with someone more sympathetic and more inclined to see justice. And I see right now that the fight continues. My question to this panel is, even though I'm grateful for you for giving us a platform to speak freely, I want to know, where do you stand totally? I want the same justice for the officers that it had it been the other way around and Dana Malik killed somebody, for them to have the same type of punishment. Sometimes patience could mean passive, and passive is something I don't want to be. I'm still trying to prospectively find out where everyone stands. I know that this reform will not be easy at all, but a reform it needs to be, and we need to stop re-traumatizing ourselves telling these stories unless they're falling on ears that's going to actually help. This reminds me of a Bible story about David and Goliath. David used a pebble and a slingshot to bring down that wicked giant by himself. Myself and any other family members and any other families that want to be in the fight to bring down the LASD as we know it now are willing to join me, because I'm willing to be that pebble, that rock, that stone thrown at the sheriff's department until we get justice. Until we get justice, and not a damn day before we get justice. Thank you for listening. I yield the rest of my time.
Ms. Shabazz, thank you for sharing your heartfelt and riveting comments. I am speaking falteringly now because, frankly, I'm just so moved and so appreciative for your sharing your emotion and your fight. And all I can say is thank you very much.
Thank you for
I don't know if there are any members of the commission who want to respond. It's hard to think of saying much of anything else, but I didn't want to cavalierly move on to the next agenda item until other members of the commission have an opportunity to respond if they wish. So.
Yeah, I'd like to just say to Ms. Shabazz that I'm so deeply sorry for what you're experiencing and for your loss. You asked what side we are on. I can't speak for my other commissioners, but I imagine that I do, that we're on your side. And we're trying to figure out what we can do to ensure justice, accountability, and transparency, and to ensure that no other family experiences the trauma that you're experiencing. That's where we are, and that's where I'll be. And so please let me know if there's anything that we can do to continue to support you. We'll continue to work on discipline. We'll continue to work on investigations. We'll continue to work on support provided to families. And we'll continue to work to ensure that we have a system of justice in LA County that is worthy of its residents. So that's where I am, and I appreciate everything that you shared. I know it's difficult rehashing this every time. I can imagine it's re-traumatizing, you know, having lost someone that I love very deeply. It's hard for me to talk about, and it wasn't in the violent manner that your son died. So I just want to thank you for your willingness to share despite those personal costs. And I'm grateful for your advocacy on behalf of your son, and I'm sure other people's sons and other people's daughters and other people's children. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner have a comment or want to be heard at this point? Once again, Ms. Shabazz, thank you. I'd like at this point to move to the executive director's report. Mr. Williams, if you have, I know you have some comments, and then I do want to hear from several members of the Sheriff's Department who are present. So Mr. Williams, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I just first want to echo Commissioner Ocean's comments to Ms. Shabazz. It's certainly, I know it took a lot for her to make this statement today, and I just want her to know that we hear you. We hear you. We hear you. And it's not falling on deaf ears. So my prayers and thoughts go out to you and to all the other families who have experienced this type of trauma. Two quick announcements I wanted to make. One that you've already alluded to, Chair Rubin. The first is that on February 25th, we will have our virtual conference, Enhancing Accountability, Improving the Law Enforcement Officer Disciplinary Process. And that's, as you can see on the screen, is on Thursday from 9 until 10:30. You can go on our website at coc.lacounty.gov to register for this conference. We're going to have an additional conference in early March, which is going to talk about, it's going to be a town hall meeting to talk about the use of force by the Sheriff's Department, and we'll provide more information to the commission and to the community concerning that issue afterward. At our last meeting, there was some discussion. You instructed staff to take a look at this issue of sort of this interactive portion on our website to allow families and members of the community to post items and to make sure that they were seen by the Sheriff's Department. We've been working on that, and I want to ask if Jennifer Osborne, our Public Information Officer, can give us a brief update on that, very brief. Jennifer?
Sure. So I just wanted to let you know that I have reached out to the requesters to get more information about what it is that they are expecting, and we do always welcome community feedback related to that. On a side note, I have reached out to the Board of Supervisors IT team That's the section that oversees the commission's website. And they have advised against having interactive bulletin boards or discussion forums on county websites. That's due to the fact that all content that's posted on the website would need to be moderated and approved before going live. This is to ensure that there's no threatening language or hate speech. And they also say that interactive boards or similar features introduce a security risk factor where hackers may attempt to write data into the system that could potentially exploit the website. So with that being said, we don't have support typically from the IT team in doing something that is interactive. However, we do post all of our public comments as part of the meeting minutes, as well as broadcast these commission meetings and town halls to the Facebook Live, and we have postings of those on our website as well. So that's my report out for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. We're going to continue to work on this, by the way, to see if there's a workaround on this, or if there's some possibility of finding another avenue for the community to express their thoughts and their ideas. So this isn't the end of the road. We're going to continue to work on this. And that concludes my report.
Before we get to, I know Commissioner Ochen had her hand up. Mr. Williams, were you going to also mention the letter that we received from the ACLU?
Sure. Let me go on to that. We did receive a letter from the ACLU concerning some potential grant funding that the county might be able to receive to address some of the jail crowding issues. They've asked us to look at this, and because we didn't have enough time to place this on our agenda or to do any additional research, I think it's a matter that staff will look into, and perhaps the commission ought to devote some resources and some time to take a look at this issue. I believe the letter was provided to everyone in their packet, but I wanted to make sure that we raise this issue, and perhaps we can make sure that it's agendized for our next meeting if time allows, making sure that we're still within the time period for the grant funds to be received. If we're not within that time period, perhaps we could take some additional action, and the commission could allow staff and the chair to write a letter in support or wherever we may end up on this particular item.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ochen, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, I just wanted to provide some feedback, I think, to Jennifer and Brian about the mechanisms that we might be able to create on our website to allow folks to give us feedback. My understanding was not necessarily that we have an interactive page for communities to give us ongoing feedback. What I think was being asked for was a mechanism for folks to give us ongoing feedback, since the time is so limited for people to make public comment. So if it was possible, for example, for someone to upload a voice memo where they could talk, for up to 10 minutes, just kind of saying what they'd like to say, and that have those voice memos or comments, written comments, available for commissioners to review. I think that's what, at a minimum, what folks are asking for, rather than a posting board or something like that. If we have a Facebook page, we have Instagram. Folks can interact with us in these on these social media platforms. But I think in terms of directly engaging with the commissioners, what folks are asking for is a mechanism for them to upload their written or verbal testimony. And I think that shouldn't present any kind of security issue, given that we do have a platform, for example, for complaints or commendations, something similar to that isn't necessarily a complaint against the sheriff's department or any specific person, but sort of general comments about how the commission is doing and how what folks' thoughts are on the work that we're doing, that in ways that won't be limited by public comment.
Sure, and Commissioner Ocean, I just wanted to update you that when people do submit public comments, they can go to coc.lacounty.gov, and where there is the meeting notice, there is an area where they can submit written public comment. They fill out a form to do that, and we do make all of those comments available that are written publicly. It's in the same area on the website, and then there's also a link from the meeting minutes that show all of the written public comments. When I was speaking with the IT team, I was also asking for an area where they would be able to provide a video or audio upload, which currently does not exist anywhere on our website or any other county websites that I'm aware of at this point. And they're looking at that from a technical standpoint to see how we could make that happen. So I have made that request, but I don't have any response for that yet.
Okay, and then my second point, just in terms of the letter, in case folks who are watching the meeting haven't had a chance to review it, essentially it's a grant opportunity from the state to LA County that would expand funding for community-based support and care for people with serious mental illnesses who are not competent to stand trial. In other words, that designation means that the person has a severe mental illness and they cannot assist in their defense because of it. They cannot understand the charges against them because of their mental illness, and they need significant care, which they are not able to get, obviously, while they're incarcerated. We have, a lot of folks who fall into that category, and they're languishing in our jails. They're not getting better, and it's an inappropriate place. And I think even probably Assistant Sheriff Chase would agree with us on that. I think the Sheriff's Department would support reducing the number of people who are seriously mentally ill in LA County facilities. And so it's an opportunity for us to roughly double the number of people who can benefit from community placements and care. And so I hope that the Board of Supervisors will take this money, which would allow us to reduce the number of people with serious mental illnesses in our jails. I think this is a no-brainer, and it's strange that we're having to get a letter from the ACLU encouraging us to encourage the Board of Supervisors to accept this money. We should have this is part of what folks in the community have been asking us to do. Measure R represents this. Measure J represents this. They've been asking us to redirect money to community care rather than jails. Right? It's care, not cages, and this is this is a population that absolutely needs care, not cages. And so I hope that we don't need to expend a lot of resources on trying to convince members of the Board of Supervisors to take the money that the state is offering us to ensure that people who are seriously mentally ill get the care and support that they need, which they are unable to obtain. Everyone agrees they are unable to get the care that they need in our jails. It's as simple as that. And so I hope that if there are folks from the Board of Supervisors watching this, that you will take this up and accept these funds from the state.
Thank you for that. At this point, I'd like to go ahead to hear comments from members of the Sheriff's Department who were here. Assistant Sheriff Chase, who's been here before, obviously. There's Chief Brendan Corbett and Chief Kelly Porosky. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. So the floor is yours, the three of you. Assistant Sheriff Chase, do you have a Sheriff's Department update that you want to respond to?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Rubin. The purpose of our being here, obviously, the Sheriff's Department update is one of the normal agenda items that you guys want to have, and we've been discussing getting back to. My purpose for being chosen was because some questions came up last time that we had run out of time for the update on COVID-19. But since the last meeting, there have been additional written communications. Some of the commissioners have been present at other meetings where we've discussed certain things. So what I'm going to do is not take up a lot of time, but just be available to any of the commissioners if they have specific questions. I can report that, just similar to what's happening in the county, our COVID numbers are trending down, which is fortunate. As of this morning, the population was up to 15,235, and we had 42 individuals that were sick. And 19 of them were symptomatic, and 32 individuals that are sick. and 13 of them were asymptomatic. And I'm happy to report we don't currently have any of our inmates in critical care. So we went through a rough patch when the county surged after Thanksgiving, where we did have a number of folks that were in the ICUs. And so fortunately right now, the only individuals we have at the hospital that are positive are asymptomatic. The population continues to be an issue where we're trying to manage it. As you know, we've reported before, we currently have, now we're getting closer to 4,000 state sentenced inmates that we're caring for because the intake closures with the state system. But as we've discussed before, it's one of those things where the county's goal and the state's goal is to get more folks into alternatives to incarceration and community care, and that's what Commissioner Ochin touched on with the mentally ill population. That's a question that Department of Health Services and Department of Mental Health, working with ODR, should focus on, because just the numbers yesterday, currently in our custody, we have 408 individuals that have been found incompetent to stand trial. So they need help. And those are felony incompetent to stand trial. And we have another 63 that are in for misdemeanor crimes that have been found incompetent to stand trial. So anything we can do to support getting them into, a level of care that's focused on their mental illness and not their incarceration, the Sheriff's Department does support. Before I pass it on to the chiefs that have joined me, I did want to comment real quick. I was listening to the discussion earlier, and where Max's report, he told us that it took 5 years to finish that report. So I just want to say, in fairness, when they sent it to the Sheriff's Department, we were given a 2-week window to respond before it was going to be published. So the report was 5 years in the making, but it's a little difficult for us to prepare an adequate response in that short of a time period. It spanned 4 administrations. So, and as Mr. Baker pointed out, most of the serious cases that they cited were from previous administrations. So it takes a little bit of research. I don't want to make excuses for not responding, in a timely manner to the satisfaction of everyone, but know that the Sheriff's Department is working on a response. So they just have to go through those cases and know that we have acknowledged, portions of the report where we're going to work with the OIG. I'm not sure, some of the commenters were under the opinion that unit commanders have been told not to open administrative cases, and I can say that's just not entirely true. They're actively opening administrative cases, and members of the Inspector General's office do sit on case review on a weekly basis and have an opportunity to put input in the case reviews with the assistant sheriffs and the undersheriff for any employee facing discipline of 15 days to discharge. So those cases are ongoing, and people are being disciplined and even terminated when appropriate. But without going into the weeds, I did want to introduce Chief Kelly Porowski. So you're very close on the pronunciation. She actually was our chief of specialized programs over here in Custody Services Division. Unfortunate for me, but fortunate for the department. She's going to be moving over to the Office of Professional Standards as the new chief. Chief person announced his retirement, and so that's a vacancy that the sheriff feels is very important, to fill immediately. It's too important to leave it vacant, even especially with everything going on. So that's why she's here, is to introduce herself to the commission as the new chief of professional standards, and she might want to make a few comments. And then Chief Brendan Corbett is here. The sheriff recently announced the wage theft task force project, and Brendan's going to give us an update on that. So with that, I'll pass it over to Chief Porowski.
Good afternoon, everyone. So yes, I've been taking over for Professional Standards Division, and I know that's going to be a challenging assignment. I'm truly looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you, OIG and the commissioners, on some of the things that were even brought up today in this meeting. I tend to be a very pragmatic and process-driven individual. I believe that listening to the individuals involved today and their concerns regarding discipline and processes and how we deal with those components is something that I believe that I have an expertise in. I think that I'm looking forward to working with the commissioners and in regard to the force policies and such and the ad hoc committees. And I believe, as such as the sheriff does, that transparency is very important and that we need to put together a system that allows that to occur. Just as the assistant sheriff has mentioned, I have myself been a unit commander, and I open up unit, unfortunately, I have to open up investigations numerous times. And I've also, as a chief over custody division specialized programs, have also unfortunately had to discharge people due to their actions. So I'm not sure where that conversation came from, but factually it does occur, and it continues to occur because unfortunately sometimes people make poor decisions. With that, like I said, looking at the policies and procedures and how we can improve them, those are things I'd like to discuss. And I do believe, like the sheriff has mentioned in previous cases and numerous times, transparency is very important to him. And that's something I am working forward and looking to do and put in place. So for now, in regard to the OIG report, I'm reviewing it now. I'm doing an analysis and then looking at comparatively to how we actually do our processes. And I will come up with some ideas and working with you and, through the sheriff's office and come up with maybe some ideas in which we can improve it by bringing those subject matter experts in to discuss it. So I'm sure that I'll start off running, and I'm looking forward to working with you all. Does anybody have any questions?
Why don't we hear from Chief Corbett, and then perhaps members of the commission can address questions to any or all three of you. So thank you very much. Chief Corbett, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair. I haven't seen some of you for a while since the ad hoc immigration committee you had. So Commissioner Giggins and Tolianto and Chair Rubin, hello. What we're presenting here is the wage theft task force, and some of the numbers I think when I get into this will shock you. It shocked me. Let me give a little backstory here. Maybe before I start, I'd like to actually acknowledge Ms. Blanco's presentation on trauma earlier. I think you can see there's going to be a definite nexus into wage theft and families and unreported and underreported crimes as we move forward in this presentation I gave you, that her resources and her involvement and the involvement of other advocate groups are paramount to this. So to go back a little to how we got here, and I think you all understand my involvement is on the immigration end. I've been working on that for several years with many of you. It'll eventually end up with Chief Marks over in Detective Division, and our Human Trafficking Task Force is handling these in our under the Special Victims Bureau. But there's a very big, the sheriff mentioned when he first took office, of underreported and unreported crimes. And the emphasis at that time was violent crimes, rape, domestic violence, assault. But in that, we also understand that there's significant underreported wage theft. And wage theft is monumental in LA County alone. It's staggering that we presented the numbers in the press conference last Tuesday when we introduced this with Labor Commissioner Lilia Garcia Brower and Director Rigoberto Reyes from the Office of Immigrant Affairs, that there's a study that was done in 2010 by UCLA, which is our benchmark for a lot of the data and the statistics. But in LA County alone, weekly, there's $28 million stolen in wages from families, which is $28 million weekly. That's $1.3 billion in Los Angeles County yearly. That's staggering. And when you think about the trauma involved and the people that many of these low income wage earners are the only sole wage earner for that entire family and extended families. And we all know that many of our residents, you have one person that has extended family members living with them. And if they perform their wage and they're not paid, now we victimize their children, their spouses, their extended families. It's very traumatic. So we've taken a little bit different tact on this, on how we're doing this. We're twofold. And I think in the past, I've actually talked to Mr. Huntsman about, civil versus criminal and some of the confusion. So we're first off, we're educating our deputies in the field. This is a crime. And we're giving them the tools to identify the crime, and they will take a report. Whether it gets filed or processed, it's irrelevant. We will take the report. We want to get the individual into the process with us. Then it gets a little bit where we're taking a little bit of a turn, and I want to thank Director Reyes of OIA, because every person that comes into our process will be referred to OIA. And the reason we're doing that is a lot of these people, if they get not paid for a day's work, they don't pay their rent. They don't have food. They don't have the resources for them. Where Supervisor Release and the board several years ago created OIA just for this. And then we refer them to OIA for resources of that matter. And then we don't overwhelm the victims coming in with all these advocate groups that actually are there to help them through the entire process. That, we want them to drink out of a water fountain, not a fire hose. It'll be too much. So the central point for that will be OIA. And then we proceed criminally. We have a DA that has been working on the notario process for a few years. Deputy DA Ryan Jorban. She's very knowledgeable. She's training our detectives on the important elements of this. And this is not just where people think undocumented day laborers. This is garment industry. It's in-home services. It's custodians. It's food services. It's documented and undocumented. And it's epidemic in the numbers. In LA County alone, $1.3 billion is horrible. And then going back to the, and I apologize for looking at this, but I wanted to get the numbers. Workers' compensation alone, 42% of our low-income workers that are injured are not provided any service or any medical or any compensation for that. They work hurt. And they come to work hurt, and they're not paid. And that's a crime. And we want them now. The sheriff has made a distinct line between immigration, federal immigration, and local law enforcement. And this is just another move in that area to regain the trust of these people. And then after listening to Ms. Blanco, I'm going to work with Mr. Reyes, and I'd like to get her and her people involved on the front end with OIA, where there could be referrals then to the trauma, to where maybe they could get services and they can get some sort of service come as we move forward with the criminal. So as we move forward into the criminal, we'll be working with, the report will be taken, and we've dedicated to what we call stat codes. So at the end of our report numbers, there's 3 numbers that identify the crime. And we've got dedicated numbers now for wage theft. So now we're able to track and do data queries across any jurisdiction in our area on maybe organized efforts to not pay people, underpay them. The Federation of Unions supports this because their members are often not paid adequately. These are crimes. This is not just a civil matter. It's just not a, you didn't get paid enough. There's criminal activity going on here. And so the sheriff has been steadfast in moving forward and getting this task force up and running. We're going to work with our sister cities and chiefs of police that once we get this expanded, hopefully, not only would people come forward to report the wage theft and their victimization of that, but they will also now feel trusting to report other crimes. much more serious crimes. And we're hoping the segue is also to OIA, to where we could provide services. They could provide, a lot of people in our undocumented low income don't realize there is health care available to them from the county. There is health services available to them. There's things they can do that the sheriff's department, they may not trust us on. Well, now we're bringing in the resources available in the really early in the process to get that to them. And that's important to the sheriff we want to regain the trust of the community. We've separated ourselves from ICE and federal law enforcement, and now we want to make sure that they come forward with all the underreported and unreported crimes and all these essential services that are available to them. So we're going to take that all the way through, whether it becomes a criminal filing or if it becomes a judge's civil judgment, for lack of a better term, where the Labor Commission and the California State Labor Commission becomes involved. And the sheriff has dedicated our civil management levy crew to, within the parameters of what we could do legally, to fully support trying to recoup some of these judgments for these people. He's directed us to waive fees and other things to make this much more workable for these individuals. There's many advocate groups out there. There's Betzedek, there's Endlon, there's Chirla, but we don't want to overwhelm the victims. So we're going to do it strictly through OIA to be the central focus point to bring all these resources to them. That's a real broad overview. I know it's time sensitive. People don't want to hear me talk too long. I can provide you the link for the UCLA study, which was just, the numbers are staggering. It's a little old. It's from 2010, but it's still extremely relevant. Again, our human trafficking task force implemented trauma with their process way back in when they were formed by Chief Marks. They work with, and I'm reading this, it's CASH, the Coalition to Abolish Slavery and Saving Innocence. They go out to all our victims. They have a safe room for them to be talked to. We've been ahead of this for a long time. I think the problem we all face, and the problem we're going to continue to face, we got to get them into the process. We got to get them comfortable to come forward. And this, I think people normally will expect this. They think of undocumented as our Hispanic community. And the commissioners that worked with me on immigration, we translated our forms into 27 languages because that's the diversity in our culture in LA County. We have the challenge of getting people to come forward from cultures that have historically been suppressed by the government. And so they see law enforcement as part of that. We need to get them to come forward. And I think part of that is we will work with them with OIA, and then OIA could also refer them over, or other groups. And we're going to take the reports, we're going to treat them accordingly and process them through. And
thank you for that. I'm going to open to other commissioners who may have comments or questions, but I do want to ask Assistant Sheriff Chase, what is your view on the request for the Board of Supervisors to accept state funding in order to treat mentally ill in the jail so that they don't languish in the jail?
Well, so it's a little outside, my area of expertise because it is in the lane of the healthcare professionals on which what the best approach is. But I can say that I support, any effort to optimize the services. And so if the approach the state is offering is the best option available to the county, I would support it. But I would have to defer to the Department of Health Services and Department of Mental Health and Correctional Health Services to collaborate and determine if that's the best avenue. But I do support alternatives to incarceration for this population, definitely, and that's what the Office of Diversion and Reentry currently works on. But then some of the shifting of the burden from the state to the local level again. We just have to make sure that provisions are going to be there to provide that, to give the county what it needs if the responsibility is shifted from the state hospitals to the county.
Commissioner Ochen?
Thank you. So I think my question is probably best directed to Assistant Sheriff Chase. I have some questions about the management of COVID in the facilities. When the sheriff was here, he said that your practice is to test individuals when they are admitted. And based on that, that's how you have a sense of what the positivity rate is, how many people are symptomatic, asymptomatic, and so forth. And that seems to me to be a limited way to assess the frequency of COVID in the jails or who has it, because as you know, the average length of stay, the average length that individuals are in custody is, can be months, up to, something like 7 months. And they're interacting with staff that comes and goes, and the staff isn't routinely tested. So I'm just wondering, are you all going to do another round of universal testing or random testing to get a better sense of, the COVID rates in the jails beyond admission? So that's my first question. And then my second question is about vaccination. I wanted to, where are the jails in the county's vaccination plans? Are you all vaccinating people who are medically vulnerable or who are over the age of 65 if they're present in the jails because they are now eligible under the county and state guidelines? So what's the vaccination plan and what's the testing strategy?
Sure. Okay. So for the first question, we are testing everyone on intake. So we've been doing that for quite a while now, but that's just one aspect of the testing. And so this month's positivity rate for intake testing is below 1%. But what we do is on the male side, we're able to bring them in, test them, and we wait the test result before we move them into any general population housing. The female side, we have space to actually, hold them for a number of days. So there's a negative test and then there's a clearance period. But we don't just test on intake. We also test correctional health services. And I think it would be helpful. I know Dr. Henderson, the chief physician from Correctional Health Services, spoke yesterday to members of the Civil Brand Commission on this topic. So I think it really would be good for the Civilian Oversight Commission to invite him as well, so that he can give the medical perspective. But we also do random surveillance testing now for the medically vulnerable population. So there's a team for Correctional Health Services that is going around on a daily basis offering random swabs for asymptomatic individuals in the more vulnerable populations. There's currently no plan to again do mass testing as we did on the scale during the summer. But the surveillance testing with these other populations is ongoing. And then also we do have still, from the beginning, ongoing surveillance for anyone who's got any symptoms or feels that they're getting sick, or has any indications, any physical indications of being ill. They're placed in isolated housing under observation and tested. So, as of this morning, that group was just under 50. We have 50 individuals awaiting test results, but that's ongoing on a daily basis too. So we still do that. We also still, for our employee population, have them check their temperatures before and after shift, and are, they're basically barred from coming into work if they have any type of symptoms. So I can say it's been working. It's not the the wholesale asymptomatic testing, because we still don't have a rapid testing capability where we could get results in a matter of minutes. And so absent that, logistically, and then how much we gain from it, it's just trying to weigh out those two those two variables. For the
just before you move on to the vaccination, I just wanted to follow up on this. So, are you going to extend that sort of random surveillance to the general population? Universities like Duke, for example, pioneered the use of pod testing. So you test a group of people that are regularly in close contact, or you test one of them to see if they have it, and then if they are negative, you presume that the others are negative. So I'm just wondering, is there going to be a strategy to do random surveillance testing of the general population, given that the population is much younger in the general population, and we know that population is more likely to be asymptomatic. So the symptom-based surveillance isn't going to work with the younger population because they're more likely to be asymptomatic. So that's one. And then the second is, are you planning to test people, in a few days before they're released, so that, for example, if there is asymptomatic COVID test, they're not then being released out into the public or to their families or to a residency, a residency program or something with COVID, and then contributing to community spread?
So if they're being released on a conditional release to a program, then they can be tested, and we can hold their release until that test result comes back. And so a lot of the programs that will take individuals do require a test. So we do that so that they can be cleared. But with other individuals, it's up to the courts oftentimes when they're released, or there can be, somebody can post bail. There can be a myriad of ways that an individual's release date comes upon us, and there's no way we could hold them pending once they're, cleared to be free. We don't have the ability to hold them in custody awaiting a test result. I can say that there's no current plan to do mass general population surveillance testing again. I did discuss with the doctors this morning, when we did the mass surveillance testing, we had a very small number, we'd have to get the numbers from correctional health, that were asymptomatic, that then that tested positive asymptomatic and were quarantined for the recommended CDC period, and then subsequently turned symptomatic. So our strategy that we have been utilizing has been working effectively for us. It's not perfect. It's, as you know, with our system being so large, we have people moving in and out every day. We have people moving to court every day. So it really is, it takes a full-time management. As I've discussed before, we have a emergency operations center that's been running. In a couple of weeks, it'll be the 1-year anniversary, where we run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just to manage the information and manage the population in real time, so that we can try and limit and mitigate the impact of any exposure. And I think I forgot the second part of the follow-up.
Vaccinations.
So yeah, absolutely. So, we advocated early on that the population in here is just as entitled to the vaccination as anyone else in the community. And it actually helps for the purpose you just pointed out too, that, we have employees and we have individuals that are in custody one day and out of custody the next. So they're just entitled to the vaccination. I would argue more so that I would like to have seen our population bumped up entirely into the 1A tier. Unfortunately, there's just a lot of constraints on the supply. And so we're following the guidelines that the county sets out for the general public, though. So we have been able to start vaccinations for those over 65 and those who are medically vulnerable, and that's ongoing. I did want to mention, it's like the weather problems that some of you have heard about and are impacting the county supply of the vaccine. So we may see some delays here in the next week or so. Hopefully we can get through that. But we're definitely, moving to vaccinate anyone who's with us at the same rate they are in the community.
Any
Sorry,
other?
last question. I just wanted to know, have there been any additional deaths since the last time we met?
No, not since the last time. I believe, we had that, the group in the beginning of January that had been from after the holiday surge, but no new deaths on the inmate side. The Sheriff's Department unfortunately has suffered a few deaths on people that work outside of custody. But it's just a reminder that this is real and it's serious. And so we take it, as our responsibility to try and mitigate it as much as we can.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have questions for any members of the Sheriff's Department who are here? We're sort of running out of time here, and there's some important information that members of the ad hoc committees, chair of the ad hoc committees, want to respond to. So at this point in time, I'd ask Vice Chair Commissioner Tolentino, Chair of the Budget Ad Hoc Committee, if you had something you wanted to report.
Yes. Commissioner Harris and I have been meeting as part of the Budget Ad Hoc Committee with the Sheriff's Department about their priorities. In addition to reviewing the Sheriff's Department's priorities, we've also been noting other departments that might affect the Sheriff's priorities. And accordingly, and very timely, is that we are requesting that the Department of Mental Health put a higher priority on the MET teams. Currently, we learned that MET teams are not part of their priority level. And the Sheriff's Department has raised it to a level of 7 in their priorities, and the committee will be recommending a higher level, perhaps to the first level. So I'm asking the commission to just ask the staff to draft a letter requesting that the Department of Mental Health increase their priority level for funding to be consistent with the Sheriff's Department level to achieve 45 MET units.
And they
Want to add anything else?
They currently.
Commissioner Harris?
No, I'll stand with what you just said, Karen. Thank you.
Any other ad hoc committee chairs have any items that they want to report? Yes, Priscilla.
So I, along with Commissioner JP Harris, Commissioner Rob Bonner, and Sean Kennedy, I'm on the Measure R committee. I chair the Measure R committee. As you know, Measure R was passed in March of 2020. Seemed like a long time. It was a long time ago, a lifetime ago, in the middle of a pandemic. So it was enacted. It charged the commission with producing a comprehensive justice reinvestment and feasibility report. We have been significantly delayed and hampered by a lack of resources. We have not been given the authority at this moment yet to hire consultants and research support. We have been in negotiations with the CEO's office and in conversation with members of the Board of Supervisors and their staff, as well as other county entities like the Alternatives to Incarceration Work Group, the Jail Population Review Council, ODR, the closure of the Men's Central Jail Working Group, and others about how to best meet our Measure R mandate, given that the voters specifically tasked the commission with a justice reinvestment report. And I don't believe this is something that we should or could delegate to any other county body. This is something that was directed to the commission. So at this point, what we are doing is evaluating 2 proposals that were submitted to us from full-time consultants that can support us in working with other county partners and in producing this report. We are also actively seeking support from pro bono support from law firms. None of this has been solidified, so we can't necessarily report anything out, but the commission is actively seeking resources to ensure that we can effectively and efficiently as possible, given the circumstances, meet our measure, our mandate. And so we are looking forward to meeting with the CEO, meeting with members of the Board of Supervisors, in hopes of them fully granting our funding request for a consultant so that we can meet the mandate given to us by the voters and given to the county by the voters, which we do not intend to delegate to any other entity in the county. So that's the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Giggins, did you have something else that you wanted to report? You're muted.
Yeah, I think I spoke about the wanting to jumpstart the family assistance program again earlier, but I would. This is an interesting coming together, because we did have a meeting of the MET program ad hoc. And we were informed that the level of the funding request was not as high as we would have liked. So I really appreciate the budget. This is coming together of one ad hoc recommendation with something that we would also concur and recommend to happen. So I just wanted to bring that up and thank the Budget Committee for really looking into that.
That's great. I wanted to just put out there the fact that the ad hoc committee on deputy cliques, gangs, secret societies, whatever one chooses to call it, has been meeting. We have some issues that will probably be raised and presented at the meeting in March. There's, as you could tell from discussion at previous meetings, we generally disagree with the sheriff on his interpretation of what the law allows, and we will be proceeding along those lines. So with that said, our time seems to be running short. Yes, Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Rubin. I would like to propose a motion that the COC, under your signature, send a letter to the Department of Mental Health to request that they increase their priority level for the funding of the mental health evaluation teams to be consistent with that of the LASD to achieve 45 med teams. That would be an additional 12 units, requiring 12 additional psych techs from mental health.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
All right, Ingrid, you want to assess the what the vote is, please?
Yes, Commissioner Bonner, he's not with us anymore. Commissioner Giggins?
Are we going to have discussion? I'm sorry, are we going to have discussion, or we're just going to vote directly?
Well, we're running out of time, so the question becomes, what would the nature of the discussion be?
So just as a point of order, when there's been a motion and a second, I
understand the point of order. I want to make sure that if there's no agreement to send a letter, then I don't think we need to have any further discussion. No, I understand you're shaking your head. And secondly, I'm not sure that there really is a requirement that we have a motion, but go ahead, Commissioner Ochen.
So I understand the motion to be a letter from the commission to the CEO, to the Board of Supervisors, to fund the MET teams. Is that correct? To increase funding for the MET teams?
No, that is incorrect.
No.
That is incorrect. The motion is specifically for us to send a letter to the Department of Mental Health from the COC to the Department of Mental Health, asking them to request that they increase their priority level of funding for the mental health teams through their budgetary process. In other words, they have not requested any additional items through their budget process that would enable the sheriff's med teams to then be expanded. So even if the sheriff were to have his additional teams funded without those additional co-responders from mental health, nothing could move forward. So that's the purpose of the letter, is a letter from us to the Department of Mental Health requesting that they increase their priority level in their budget request to the CEO.
In that case, I will object. I think I'm consistent on this. I don't think we should be directing funds for community care and support through the vehicle of the Sheriff's Department. I do think that the Department of Mental Health should fund mental health rapid response teams, but I don't think that they should be associated with the Sheriff's Department. Therefore, I object to this letter.
Any other comments before we take a vote? All right, Ingrid, will you please proceed with the vote?
Yes. Commissioner Giggins?
I vote yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Ochin?
No.
Commissioner Chair Rubin?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tolentino?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I think that we now should proceed to public comment. We have public comment on both agenda items 3 and 4. My understanding from Jennifer is that we have one person signed up for public comment on agenda item 3. And then I'd like to take that and then proceed to general public comment.
And Chair Rubin, the individual who was signed up for item number 3 has dropped off. So there's no one else who was previously signed up.
All right. And how many do we have for general public comment?
We are currently at 14 individuals who have signed up for general public comment.
All right. Considering that number, and we often have additional requests at the end, I ask that each person then have allotted 1 minute. Please.
Okay, we will go ahead and get started, but first an announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. Si necesitan un traductor en español para compartir sus comentarios, simplemente digan español antes de empezar sus comentarios y alguien traducirá sus comentarios cuando terminen de hablar. Gracias.
Thank you. And our first comment will come from Valerie Estrada. Valerie, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Valerie Estrada, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we will move to Julie Martinez. You are unmuted, Julie. Please go ahead.
Yes, I want to talk about the deputy gangs. One of the COC members said that in a previous meeting that they were not as concerned about the deputy gangs insignia as long as they don't act out. We already know that there's Nazi insignia tattoos on sheriff deputies, and we already know that they utilize beatings, violence, and shootings as rites of passage for these particular gangs. So are we to believe that Nazi insignia on gang tattoos are tolerable as long as they're just decoration? Well, I can provide you information on an East LA female sergeant who not only did she demonstrate the Heil Hitler Nazi salute, she told a community member to actually use the Nazi salute in public. She did not appear to be joking. She did not appear to be laughing about it. I can only assume that she took that serious. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Mark Gale. Mark, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Mark Gale, please
Well,
go
I
ahead
got
with
it.
your
I'm sorry,
comment.
I got to go for a second. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead, Mark.
Okay, thank you very much. So I just, NAMI sent a letter in along the lines of what you got from the ACLU on the felony IST program. And we, all three affiliates of the National Alliance on Mental Illness want to see the Board of Supervisors approve this funding, which I'm on all the different committees that are going on in the county with ATI right now. I can tell you what's happening is we're getting the people out of jail who don't have a serious mental illness. And the percentage of people with mental illness in the jail now has gone from 30% to 40% because they're just not moving because the Department of Mental Health and ODR don't have enough placements. We've got to solve this problem. You can't effectively do a care first, jail last policy without taking care of the most sick individuals in our jail. And I strongly encourage the COC to contact the supervisors and encourage them to accept this state funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Cynthia Anderson Barker. Please go ahead with your comment, Cynthia. Cynthia Anderson Barker, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we will move on to the next comment from Stephanie Luna. Stephanie, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to raise something that I was aware of. Actually, Brendan Corbett has no place sitting on the board today, seeing as he directly contributes to the community trauma and the brutality that LASD is known for. In August of 2020, he cleared 2 deputies who were working at the county jail when they brutally attacked a man for making a complaint against one of their sergeants. In the video, you can see the victim being compliant as they are walking into a cell, and they get him and slam him against the wall. Corbett cleared all the deputies involved in misconduct and said that they acted within policy, saying, and I quote, "The investigation has been completed, it was fully justified, and I think the part that he's showing is out of context." Now, this sounds all too familiar when it comes to the Sheriff's Department investigating themselves. If we can't even trust the people that the Sheriff's Department send out to speak on their behalf, I mean, this says a lot. This shows exactly why there's zero community trust. And I would just say that, you know, we, the community, we do background checks on these officers that are there to sit on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle Infante. Michelle, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Michelle Infante, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we will move on to Silence Dogood. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Silence.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Mr. Dogood. Before we hear from your public comment, I want to remind you that this is not a place for personal attacks and ad hominems against individual members of the commission. So if you wish to make comments about something else that is not an attack, a personal attack against an individual commissioner, please go ahead.
Ms. Rubin, could you just pause my time for one moment? Are you hindering my free speech?
Your comment is beginning now. Please go ahead and make your comment, sir.
Okay, yeah, I am absolutely appalled by the fact that the Family Assistance Program has not been continued. Currently, every member of the COC gets a stipend of $5,000. That would be $40,000. And Brian Williams makes over $215,000. So my question is, maybe we should defund some of the stipends to the COC and put it back to the family assistance programs, because I'm guessing that many of these people who we're hearing from today aren't making $215,000 and they don't have the access. So since most people on this commission are lawyers, I would encourage you to donate your stipend to the Family Assistance Program. I think it's disgusting that you don't.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle Infante. Michelle, you're unmuted again. Go ahead. Okay, Michelle, I'll work with you on the back end, but we'll go ahead and move on to the next person, Ellie Quinones. Please go ahead with your comment, Ellie.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. My name is Eli Quinones. I'm calling support local 11 member Cristobal Guardian, whose son Guardian was killed by a sheriff deputy last year in June. We asked Commissioner to bring public attention of the killing and prosecute George Gascobo. Also, I want to share a story that I was approached with a gun just because I asked the officer, can you please move your car so I can leave in a nice way? And he pulled a gun and pointed at me, like intimidate me. I didn't say nothing, I just got scared. And he says, órale vato, you can leave. And I said nothing, I just left home. That was in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will move on to the next comment from Peter Eliasberg. Peter, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Peter Eliasberg, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we will move on to the next comment from Andres Kwan. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Andres.
Yes, hi, Andres Kwan, ACLU. First off, we're very much with Professor Chen on her objection to the vote you just took on the med teams, which was it even appropriate? Was it agendized properly? And without the Measure R report, how does this make sense? You're pretty much circumventing the voters' very clear directive for you to do. And even just today, you addressed two issues relating to ATI with respect to people with mental health issues. Second, we need to clarify the record on the issue of immigration. Under Villanueva, the Sheriff's Department very much continued to transfer Angelinos to ICE, including more than 450 people in 2019 alone, and straight right into the pandemic, kept transferring our community members to ICE. It was only after community organizations, including Chirla, and the community organized and forced the sheriff to do the right thing and brought a motion to the board that we're able to end warrantless ICE transfers. Lastly, we're getting increasing reports of thin blue line flags and Blue Lives Matter symbols being officially displayed in their official capacity at the Sheriff's Department by deputies and management. And we need to, this needs to be investigated and eradicated.
Thank you. And the next comment comes from Pastor Q, Jean-Marie. Please go ahead with your comment, Pastor Q.
Yes. Regarding the thin blue line flag, we know that law enforcement is permeated with racists, right? We know that LAPD is passing around a picture of George Floyd, and now behind Officer or Deputy Chris Johnson, there's a thin blue line. And their explanation is if people don't like police or law enforcement, whatever symbol law enforcement has, it will be viewed as a symbol of oppression by people who don't like law enforcement. Not because law enforcement has oppressed those people, right? What about the Nazi flag? Should we just fly it around and continue to trigger our Jewish sisters and brothers? Is that appropriate? So it's again, what we've been saying. We have these meetings and have conversations, but in the end, the same result. People don't really care. They just go ahead and still take these chances, even after protests all around the nation.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Genevieve Claverall. Genevieve, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Genevieve Claverall, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we will move on to Valerie Estrada. Valerie, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yes, I would like to add into about the thin blue line. There's two differences about the thin blue line. The first one, which was created like hundreds of years ago, was the line just going through, which is, the representation of thin blue line. But the Blue Lives Matter flag or Blue Lives Matter symbol was created in direct response to Black Lives Matters. So with Villanueva saying like, oh, it's okay because it's in, it's on the flag, whatnot, represents law enforcement. No, it represents a direct response to Black Lives Matters. That flag wasn't seen until 2014. And no, there's no excuse to have that kind of propaganda because that is a method of division between the community and law enforcement. And I hope that the community could create something that would outlaw that or would ban that particular image to be used while deputies are on duty. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Claudia Aguirre. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Claudia. Claudia Aguirre, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Claudia Aguilera, and I'm calling in support of Unite Here Local 11 member Cristobal Guardado, whose son, Andres Guardado, was killed by the sheriff dispute in June last year. As a comment, in his 20s and at and I'm always concerned when they are in the street, because of what happened every single day. Police brutality needs to stop. And we ask the commissioners to bring public attention to this killing for ensure that George Gascon prosecute the disputee who killed Andres Guardado. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we will try to go back to a couple of individuals who didn't answer the first time. Otherwise, those are all of the new people who have signed up for public comment, general public comment. We'll try Cynthia Anderson Barker again. Cynthia, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, still hearing nothing. We will try Michelle Infante. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, still hearing nothing. And lastly, Peter Eliasberg, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Peter. Okay, it looks like those individuals are not providing a public comment, and that does conclude all of the individuals who had signed up for public comment and had not maxed out their 3-item comments. So that does conclude general public comment, Chair Rubin.
Thank you very much. This meeting is now adjourned. The next meeting of the Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission will be held Thursday, March 18th. Want to remind you again about next Thursday, February 25th, virtual conference on improving law enforcement officer discipline process. Certainly after briefly discussing Mr. Huntsman's report, that will be a well-attended conference, and it will be, as always, an important one. So I urge you to sign up, it is, you can sign up and register on the COC website. So thank you all for your participation, your input, discussion, and stay well. And we'll see you next month. Thanks again. Bye-bye.